No, you're not, no, you're not. Don't move around in my house, you call a taxi. I'm picky with my women, I'm deciding. Call me to your baby, I'm sliding. I'm picky with my women, I'm deciding. Call me to your baby, I'm sliding. First things first, let me get that introduction. We on the long road to self-destruction. You so in love, you wanna tell me nothing. Let me get this pill, 'cause I had no idea. I feel like I did too much. I feel like I did too much. Let's get naughty. Yeah, I need all I feel like I did too much. I feel like I did too much. Yeah, let's party. Yeah, I need all First things first, let me get that introduction. We on a long road to self-destruction. You so in love, you wanna tell me nothing. Let me get this pill, 'cause I had no idea. I feel like I did too much. I feel like I did too much. Let's get naughty. Yeah, I need all I feel like I did too much. I feel like I did too much. Yeah, let's party. Yeah, I need all since you've been gone, I've been just okay. I know you mad, you didn't see my way. Since I've been gone, I've been out of space. I let little shawty come here and take your place. I couldn't keep my love too excited. Want a paper plate, I'm the one. Yeah. Wonder why your girl always why your girl, yeah. Hey, word on the street, I'm a suspect. Hanging with the killers in the projects. Tail on a barrel, keep quiet. Catch a nigga slipping from behind. OG, Bobby.
Okay. Hey everybody. How you guys all doing? Good night. Good night. I always say that now because I'm doing this late. By the way, just explaining why I was here this week. I don't think I'll be here tomorrow, but I don't know. I just felt like doing a streamathon. Like I wasn't planning on coming today, but then I was like, I've been doing this the whole week. I might as well just finish it. So welcome everybody. Hi Bertha, how you doing? Hope it's not too late where you are. Hi Adjoa. So the topics today are all African countries equal, and I'll just start off by saying I don't think they're equal, whether it be equally bad or equally good. I don't want to throw shades and be mean, okay, but if you're from Burundi, there's nothing wrong with Burundi, but I can't compare a Burundi to an Egypt. I personally can't. There are some countries on the continent that actually own businesses, actually own industries, manufacture their own products, and those can't be compared to ones that don't. I'm not even talking about HDI, I'm not talking about GDP, I'm not talking, there's just so many factors. Like, there are countries that are so big and they can't even provide electricity. There are countries that are so big and there's light off all the time. There are smaller countries out there that, so I just like, I know that when we compare countries, we tend to use GDP or GDP per capita, but really, I just don't think all these countries are equal. Like it's I don't think they're all equally as bad either. I think there are some countries they are able to provide free education, free healthcare for their citizens. That's amazing when other countries just let you die in the hospital. So I just don't think they can be compared. If we're I'm throwing lots of shade at Nigeria, but at least they really do have some industries out there. A lot of people don't know Nigeria is really good at finance. They're really good at finance. Their banks, some people would say, are underperforming, but at least they have banks. At least they have banks that they trade with internationally. They have Nollywood, which the movies aren't that great, but at least Nollywood, the the starting of Nollywood was actually in the 1920s. So that's an industry they've been doing and working on for over 50 years. So when you have other people from other countries be like, "Oh, Nollywood's not that good." When did you start creating movies? Never. Now you want to complain that Nollywood is getting all the shine. What's Why can't you start your own industry and actually invest in it and have people know you for your industry? Whenever people talk about Nollywood is bad, I mean, yes, it is, but but we do have some serious Nigerian films that are on Netflix, like actual great storyline and plot that's actually heavily invested and promoted in. So we can't forget about those movies as well. I would just assume that those are not the movies that internationally people want to see. Believe it or not, people want to watch the terrible Nollywood movies because I don't know, it brings them some kind of familiarity. So even the Nollywood movies that we say are horrible, underperforming, those are the ones that actually make the industry the most money. Um I know now on YouTube you can watch Nollywood on YouTube if you want, but they've actually stepped up the game. Whereas back in the day, you could buy illegal Nollywood films. Right now, it's a bit harder to do that. And, I don't know where the money's going to, but these actresses and actors seem to be paid. So if the companies are making money and paying the actors and actresses, that's a plus. Same thing with Afrobeats. Um, There are so many records. There's Chocolate City. I don't know if Maven still exists, but there's a couple of Nigerian owned record labels. That's a big deal because when they do these collaborations, they're making the money. It's not a third party, it's not Sony, it's not Atlantic, it's a Nigerian based company that's making the money from these artists. So that is a good thing. Yeah, so the most popular banks, I've used Zenith Bank before. That's a Nigerian bank. I used Access Bank before. It was okay. And then they have a couple of banks as well, other banks, whatever. Oh, Nigeria. People make fun of their military, but they're one of the few countries I know that actually have a ship. They have a naval base. No, not too many other countries have that, and not too many other countries will ever have that. If we're being See, the thing about Nigeria is their problem is corruption and security, but if we're talking about business, Nigerians are the most business minded Africans in the world. They are. Someone else wants to come and say, no, my country's business minded, but I don't even know if I should go there. I'll probably get those people angry, but I'm talking Nigerians being business minded themselves. Kenyans, the Indian Kenyans, are business minded. In South Africa, it's majority non-black South Africans that are business minded. So if we're talking about Nigeria, it's actually Nigerians that are business minded. We have to give them credit for that. Okay, we have to at least give them credit for that. In other countries, it's the immigrant or it's the newly person that traveled there that's holding the business. But with Nigeria, it's actually Nigerians. So if they're corrupting the country, it's their fault because they're the ones that are doing it. If that makes any sense. Anyway, we're not going to talk about the oil. We're not going to talk about the oil industry in Nigeria because we don't need to talk about that. There's nothing good to say about the oil industry in Nigeria, so I'm not even going to go there. Um what else? Oh, Dangote Cement. Dangote Cement operates not only in Nigeria. Dangote Cement does business with other countries that are not Nigeria. Then we have Bate Koso. I'm probably saying that wrong, but it's a media. I had no idea that Nigeria actually has publishing media companies. I mean, I didn't know people still did that, but people clearly invest in media and publishing and print. So Nigeria has that. Also, Jumia. Jumia, it's kind of, well, it was founded in Nigeria. It's not really owned 100% by Nigerians, but it was founded in Lagos. So shout outs to Nigeria for that. Jumia is a really big deal. Now moving on to South Africa. Everyone in their country knows a South African company. Everyone knows ShopRite. Everybody knows MTN. Everybody knows Vodafone. Uh, do I even need to go further? South Africa also has a movie industry. It's much better than Nollywood, but you did not hear me say that. You did not hear me say that. Um. Oh yes, there's also another company in South Africa. I forgot the name. It's unfortunate. I really forgot the name. But they produce their own medicine or and manufacture their own medicine. That's really great because we're hearing stories in other countries in West Africa. Most recently, there was a country where uh they they got medicine from India. Yeah, they had to get medicine from India, and was that medicine expired? There was something wrong with the medicine that they received from India. So South Africa manufacturing its own medicine. I know it's not at the level that it's supposed to be, but the intention is really good. What else? What else? What else? Oh yes, we cannot forget about these airlines. No, there are some other countries which shall not be named that had airlines in the early 2000s, and because of debt and mismanagement, those airlines do not exist anymore. There's this one airline that now, if you go to that country, it has become a restaurant. The airplane has become a restaurant because they couldn't manage their plane, so they decided to keep one as a restaurant. Yeah, it's really horrible. So, anyways, are all African countries as bad as each other? I believe that none of them are performing the way that they're supposed to, but some of them are getting better. Some of them are improving. Some of them have free education, some of them have free healthcare, some of them have better standard of living. Yeah, and that's basically what I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say. I don't really have much to say on this. So I'm going to go ahead and open the panel. Oh yeah, in Tanzania, Bertha, you hear Tanzania was also making some really good moves. some really, really good moves, especially during Magufuli's reign. They were making really, really good moves. So shout outs to them as well. You know, shout outs to them. We should look into an. You know what's sad? There are a lot of African textile companies that exist, but Africans don't support those companies. They'll complain that the clothes are so expensive, but they won't even buy their own clothes. It is so sad. Like just something as basic as clothes, something as basic as African print, African cloth. These people will not wear it, okay? They won't support their own. They'll buy Adidas, they'll buy Nike, they'll buy all this stuff, yeah? And then when the company closes down, then they'll be like, "Oh, we're not able to do anything." Why? They don't support their own stuff. That's the biggest, well, one of the biggest problems with Africans today. They want to be like everyone else, and no one wants to be like them. It's really unfortunate. We were talking about one of my friends from Ivory Coast. He's really, really, he has a lot positive stuff to say about the chocolate industry. I'm more so negative minded about it because to me, it's like to make the chocolate industry go forward. I think, and I hate to say this, but I think the chocolate industry is done. I think that France, Britain, all those other countries have capitalized off of European made chocolate that if you say now you want to compete in that industry, it's not going to work. Nobody's going to buy chocolate from Africa when you could buy chocolate from England. It's just not gonna. And 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 he, and he was like, "Oh, stop being so negative. Other Africans will buy chocolate." I'm like, the average African is not going to spend $1 on chocolate. Though they have better things to buy than chocolate. So when he was like, "Oh, well, you guys could just sell chocolate to each other," I'm just like, Africans don't have a chocolate eating culture. I can speak for my country. We have a chocolate drinking culture, like we drink chocolates, but we don't have a candy, like you eat chocolate. We don't have that culture. And someone's like, just create that culture. Like, and all these answers coming out of nowhere. All these answers coming out of nowhere. I'm like, if you want to take the chocolate industry somewhere, you have to bring it outside of Africa. But the problem is nobody's gonna buy chocolate from Africa when there's already other options. It's just the facts. They were so mad. They're like, "I can't believe you're saying this. How can you be Ghanaian and think like this?" I'm like, listen, this chocolate problem, do you know how the Ghanaian cocoa farmers are suffering? My grandfather was a cocoa farmer. The chocolate industry is not an easy industry to be in. These people are not even making that much money for you to sit here and tell me, do this, do that. Do you know how hard it is to even cultivate cocoa? It's very. Anyway, let me just be quiet for right now. Okay? Let me just be quiet. I'm gonna go ahead and add Judith to the stream. Hello?
Hey,
Why are you so happy?
hey, African millennial. What's up?
Nothing much. How about you?
Pretty good. You didn't tell me you got this kind of
Hmm?
you didn't tell me this was the topic you were gonna discuss.
Yeah, yeah, it's a difficult topic to discuss because like I'm happy. I want to give African props, but then I don't want to speak non-truths.
See,
You understand me?
see, do you know why a lot of Africans are moving overseas.
Of course I know.
All right. I'm saying this because a lot of people, a lot of Africans shouldn't come here and sugarcoat stuff, or they're going for education, or they're going for this. Me and you know what they're going for. Only 1% of Africans are going for education, and when they go for education to Europe and America, they overstay their welcome. Most of them don't even return. And you know why? Because African countries are not improving. Things are not going better.
You don't think they're not improving?
No, I mean, you keep saying, "Oh, I feel like some countries are doing better. We shouldn't talk about GDP and all these
Well,
ways." But take out those GDP and all those things. Even the medical care that you were talking about in these countries, people are not respected. Even the health services are disgusting. Like it's not a service. That this is why most presidents in Africa, when they are sick, they don't even stay in these countries that you call them better services. Where do they go? They go to hospitals that are more better, and these hospitals are overseas. They are not in Africa. So they are actually building you something that is not really good, is not in good standard. That's what they give it to you. They give you things that are not in good standard, and they go enjoy the things that are in good standard. It just makes no sense how, you know, see, look, every day I mean, these are, look, countries are just messed up African millennia. I hate saying this country is doing good, this country is doing good. It has been my ideology that things are way bad the way we see it. And we are actually seeing it on videos and stuff, not even on the ground. If you go on the ground, you going you probably gonna cry, because I know a lot of people that went to countries that they thought was doing far better off, and they left those countries and came back to America, and they started complaining that the way they told them about those countries, it wasn't the way they expected. Even some of them, there was this lady that cried about her having a poor medical setup, I think in Ghana, and that was one of the reasons she came back, because the way the situation was, she couldn't take it, and she came back to America. And this probably is, or I can only say maybe, if not maybe only South Africa, if not maybe only, that I can really say okay, and maybe most of the northern countries that I can really say I can give them a low tick. But apart from that, nah. Oh, see, all these countries, it's a reality. Africa is moving one step forward and five step backward. That's just what it is. They take a little step, they take a little leap, then they fall backward, because most of the things that they do doesn't fit in the society anymore. They do archaic stuff, things that don't exist, things that people don't need. That's what they do for their own people. And I mean, it's just, look, AM. I don't know if you want to sugarcoat stuff, but it's high time people accept that Africa need deliverance, and this is why most of us that are talking, huh?
you say that African needs deliverance.
Of course, and this is why most of us that are talking, we are only talking from overseas. None of us is really back home, because it's not like we don't want to stay back home, but we know the situations. It's a reality. I'm not gonna come here and say, "Oh, I came for school." Yeah, I mean, I came, but I've not gone back. And you know, it's just a sad situation the way things are going, and it's bad. I wish we have presidents that can really think about their own people, but they are not. So mm, something has to happen. There has to be a big revolution that has to clean out these people and take them
Or
to
give
the
me one
dumpsters and
moment.
throw them.
Hey Bertha, hi Ajwa, hi Mali, hi. Oh yeah, Bertha again. Africans always justify their mediocrity at best. But one thing, okay, I'll comment on that in a second. Nigeria has all that in chaos. It's chaotic and dysfunctional. Salute. Hi, how you doing? Some countries make too much noise on social media. I agree. We should look into investing into our African products. That's gonna take forever. Oh, and the company that I was talking about was Ghana Airways. Remember?
Yeah, what happened
We
to
had
Ghana?
Ghana Airways and it went bankrupt. It
Right,
went bankrupt.
right. The only airways that are working in Africa right now. I'm talking about the ones that are actually working. You have Ethiopian Airways, then you have Kenya Airlines, and then you have maybe Rwanda, Rwanda Air. I think then maybe you have South African um airlines as well. But those are actually the ones that are like when it comes to even international travel, maybe it's only Ethiopian airline that leaves the state to Africa, because I haven't really seen Kenya Airlines over here. And out of a sudden, Nigeria was also trying to get Ethiopian Airlines to take over their skies, and this is the thing, right? Ethiopian is doing good when it comes to air flight in Africa. That is actually something that they are doing great. Um, and they don't have no competition that is overthrowing them. But how, how, holding on to Ethiopian Airlines is just, it wouldn't be so good to not to talk about the other things that really is a problem in Africa, because we know when it comes to traveling, Ethiopia really doesn't. It really. I mean, they become expensive because you have to travel using them. It's just, so, see, African Millennium. Africa has to, for Africa to go to the next stage, they have to be multiple means of transportation. They have to be, they have to be competition. They have to be all of these. I mean, and most of the time, these things are mediocre. They don't. I see most people complain about Ethiopian Airlines. They don't do these things. Have to improve. I mean, it shouldn't be. This is the thing why every time in America or somewhere when a black person does something, they call it mediocre, because they feel like it's not good. They feel like the handwork that they did on it is not so valuable. That's why you see a chocolate that is produced in Belgium is more valuable to Europeans than a chocolate that is produced in Ghana. Do you know why? Because most black people don't really take conscious in producing something. Even if they do, you go to that environment, either there's one or two things messed up and they just cover it up. And this is, it cut across the board. I live in the United States. I've gone to a lot of African restaurants. Africans really don't know how to take care of their fucking restaurant. I'm telling you the truth. Most of the
I
time you
agree
go to
with
the
that.
most of the time you go into African restaurants in America. It's just crazy. You get in there, the food that they have, they don't have it no more on the menu. And it's on the menu. I mean, everything is just zigzag, 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 zigzag. And look, it's high time things really change with our people. Sometimes when I sit down, I think we are being cursed because we don't know how to take care of things. We don't know how to take care of things. You open a restaurant, you have kids roaming around, playing around. Everybody is just no customer service. Like, what is really going on? So th- we don't value things that we do. Nothing is planned. Not everything is just like on its own. And then you want to sit down and say, but why are people not prioritizing your items? They're not prioritizing you because you haven't. There's no. It's not good. It's not being good because you're a black person does it, but the way you do the things is not. It's not attractive. If I want to find out what you do on it, hygienic, all of these things, are you following the rules and regulations? No, you might not. So look, I'm not batching on Africans, man, but Africa have to improve. It has to take us a long time for us to improve, because all the countries, it's just, you see, migration is everywhere, back and forward. Things are not moving. We shouldn't be happy with the little things that we feel like is happening in Africa. It's not. It's not. Things are slow. Economic inflation is rising. I hear people complaining in every country. In Cameroon, they are complaining how prices have gone up on things. Now they are facing a problem of gas bottles in Cameroon. People, gas bottles now are rare. Like, people are like, gas bottles. It's hard to get gas. So I mean, most people were using gas bottle to cook. Now it's a problem. Now they say it's scarce. Now the prices are going up. I mean, and it's not like we import these gas from somewhere. Like, they have, I think they have a gas plant, but I mean, running short of it, it just doesn't make sense at all. Like, there's one problem after the other. It's just like, man, that's why when you say, oh, people don't talk good about their country, of course, there's nothing to talk good about. There are little things that the government did, yeah, but what about the other things that have to happen? What about clean water system? What about hospitals? What about, those are the things that has to improve. And if these things are not improving, then people will keep moving out of the country. The only time you don't see people move out of their country is when their country is doing better. And that's why I give it to South Africans, despite the fact that I come over here and say, oh, South Africans are doing this. South Africans are one of the most prestigious people when it comes to traveling abroad, despite the fact that they still have these problems in their country. Most of them decide to stay in their country and hold it back and fight for it. And that's very important. Why the other Africans like us, we cannot fight. That's why we escape Africa to go into America and stuff. But I give it to South Africans. But despite the fact that they are fighting, there are some that are still living. But Africa has to improve. There's so much mediocre in the things that we do. That's why chocolate is not good. Take for instance, there's a coffee business. I live in the state. They have these coffee shops, and most of these coffee shops take their coffee from Ethiopia, and
Yeah.
right, because they value Ethiopian coffee so high, right? And there's this one popular coffee shop in America, right? I don't want to call the name, but it's very popular, right? So one day I went. I don't drink coffee. That I don't drink coffee. So one day I went into this shop because I needed to use the restroom or something. So when I came out, I just decided to get some cookies because they also have some cookies. And I was talking to the guy about, oh, what kind of coffee do you guys have here? They say Robusta and all of that. I said, wow, where do you guys have your coffee bean from? Um, they say they get it from Africa. I said, wow, that's interesting. I said, oh, wow, from Ethiopia. They say, yeah, from Ethiopia. But this is a thing.
D-
Look,
What's
look.
that coffee shop one that has
Yeah,
green
yeah,
logo?
yeah. Green,
Okay, yeah.
right, right. I mean, it's one of the most popular here. So it starts with an S. So look, they say they get their coffee from Ethiopia. But these people that sell this coffee in America, you know how much they make? They make 25 dollars an hour just selling coffee in a star shop here in America. But the people that does the coffee in Ethiopia, these people don't even make up to 50 cent, 25 cent. There's no value. There's no value in what you have in Africa, and this is what is just making the whole thing sad because the government that you guys have in place is not fighting for you people. It's not fighting for Africans. A coffee that is considered trash, not a treasure in Ethiopia, is more valuable in America. Just the coffee bean alone, a person that sells it in America is making much money than the person that is actually cultivating and making those coffee in Africa. Not to talk of cocoa bean in Ghana. The people that sell it in Belgium makes more money a day, an hour, than the person that picks and does all those hard work. So then when I see, come on, I'm heartbroken. African millennials is I'm heartbroken for real. Like
Oh,
when
I know. Yeah,
huh?
I know you mean well. It's not intentionally being mean, but it's disappointment. Hi,
Right.
Don Parker. Hi, football. Always. Shout outs to Kenya. Good morning, Ayoba. Shout outs to South Africa. Hey Mali, shout outs to Mali. And 886 Leah, shout outs to Cameroon. Yeah, I was speaking to Kaza last time and he was talking about how Kenya and I think parts of Kenya or parts of East Africa, they have a tea drinking culture
Right, right,
and they don't per they don't have factories that they could sell it to the West. Same thing
exactly.
with the coffee. They don't have factories like that that can mass produce and sell it outside, but they
So,
drink it every day,
right,
and
but
it's really weird.
yeah, this is the thing, right? Kenya has a tea. I think Kenya does tea, and the Ethiopians do a lot of coffee drinking in Ethiopia. Um, but this is the thing. Most Americans they don't drink tea, so the only bet that Kenyans can do is I watched a video where they said they wanted to transport their tea to UK, but it doesn't seem like the tea that they produce have value that much. So, but this is what their president and their new president that came in wanted to strike a deal with Cameroon and Ghana. If you watch his recent video, he mentioned these two countries because these two countries are also good in tea, and he wanted to expand the tea.
What do you mean by tea?
Huh?
What do you mean by tea?
No, these two countries are good in tea cultivation. Ghana,
Oh, I
Cameroon,
didn't even know that.
huh?
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, yeah. I think Cameroon has a very big production of tea. We have a big production of tea in Cameroon and also in Ghana. I think in Ghana they also have it, but in Kenya, I think Kenya has one of the huge estate of tea, right? But I think what he was saying is he wanted to open a market because most of the people that consume it seems like a lot of Ghanaians do consume tea, and he
Yeah,
wanted to,
they do.
huh?
Yes, they do.
Right. I think when it comes to Ghana, he wanted to open a market for tea consumption. He wanted to make tea in Kenya more valuable in such a way that it will be consumed in West Africa, like Ghana, and maybe introduce it to Cameroon as well. But this is the thing: I don't have a problem with that because Africans have to learn how to create something that it will evolve within the continent. And I'm glad that he want to add more value into it, and those are the things that strikes, it makes business proper. But at the same time, this is where the problem comes in, right? um how quality, like, how how quality is it gonna be, like, who who is,
Yeah, I feel you. I
you
feel
know what I
you.
mean, like how quality is it gonna be, because most Africans are probably gonna prefer European tea to Kenyan tea. Do you know why Africans do that? Do you know why Africans prefer things that look European to more African things? It's
Why?
because we Africans already know the mediocre that we have in our society. This Most of the time we call the things that we even make either most of these things the people don't follow expiring date, or we just consider that in Cameroon we have a name for things that doesn't look, we call it lofo, like a copy, like not real, like something that somebody just take and just do zigzag and just give it to you, like it's not, we just call that like not good. So is the quality gonna be there? How is the price gonna look like? Those are the reasons that Africans consume maybe European good, even if sometimes maybe European good might be expensive than African things that they produce, but Africans will still want to buy European stuff because they know that, oh, it can last longer, it's more stronger. Maybe the environment that the production was done, it was clean, everything was followed. Those are the things that people take into consideration. I'm not
Right.
saying that
Yeah.
Kenyan tea.
Yeah. Right. In the case of Sierra Leone, Senegambia, I know that they have a rice culture. mostly all of West Africa does, but I know that they cultivate more rices in the Senegambia area, and you know, if they were to even improve their industries, I don't even think the Senegalese or the Gambians would buy their own rice. They'd rather go for the Chinese rice that we've been buying for the
But
last, I don't know, 50
right,
years.
right. Even though those Chinese rice are even not good at all, but people will
Yeah.
prefer it because maybe it's cheaper. Maybe the things that are produced in Africa are not cheap, and maybe they consider that the system is just a system because we have used to things that environment that are not clean at all. How many people go into these factories and really show how things are like? Maybe the environment is dirty. This is just the thing. So I don't really want to emphasize, but Africans have to improve on a whole lot of things. African millennial, most of the time when I come on platforms like this, I really don't like sugarcoating stuff. And I really like
No,
talking
no,
about
no.
I really like talking about Africa that much because this is a platform where we talk about. I don't want to be talking about Europeans or America, but there have to be a system that is working for Africans.
Right.
If not, then
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right.
you know,
Can I chip in?
yeah,
Let's
go ahead,
Brad,
man.
go ahead.
Yes. Thank you guys, man. I love this topic. Um, my brother,
I
you're
know
so
you
true.
would. I know you would.
Yeah. But I have a conspiracy, and my conspiracy is that there is an intent. All of us Africans know that we can produce our own food, we can produce our own everything, right? And on the ground, that's what people want. We want to consume everything that's produced by us, with our own intelligence, with our own labor, with our own everything. But it's not being done. And the question is why? And I have a conspiracy. I believe that someone at the top is being bribed. Someone at the top is getting kickbacks from these major corporations that they be the sole producer of a certain product. For
Not
instance,
to
cigarettes,
interrupt
right?
you, but do you believe that that person or those people at the top are Africans as well?
Absolutely, they have to be that they have to be working in um they have to be working in what's the word, in pairs. Okay, they have to be working as a cohort, right? For instance, um a cigarette company like British American Tobacco, right? We Africans produce our own tobacco. So why does British American Tobacco have to have a monopoly on cigarette manufacturing in Africa? How does that make sense? So I believe that these huge companies are bribing people at the top so that things simply don't work out. There must be a reason why things don't work. I mean, how hard is it for us to build and create our own cigarette manufacturing company? You know, how hard is it for us to have our own oil refinery and our own mineral refinery? Why do our minerals have to be transported overseas for them to be refined? Why do we depend so heavily on Asian countries and and European countries? Why can't we do these things on our own when we have the skills, when we have everything that we need? So I believe that there's someone at the top, right? Or the people that we trust, our leaders, are working in cahoots with these multinational companies so that that agenda cannot be realized. That's what I really believe.
Yeah, that's you spoke the truth, man, because I'm realizing because in most countries you see take for instance, right, you go to say um Cameroon does production of rice. They have places in my country where rice is being produced, but the government allowed more rice to come from China into the seaport and flood the whole market. So it makes your own production irrelevant. And that's the thing that is happening across, I think more, I don't want to say across Africa, but maybe most countries in Africa. We don't value the things that we produce, but we value the things that comes from overseas. And somebody when I made this point few years ago, someone told me that you cannot live in a country without importing stuff, you know. And most of the time there's a deal between these countries, right? So when they have excess or things that they don't need, they ship it to Africa. But do Africa always ship their things that they don't need to these countries? No. The things that Africans ship to these countries are more valuable than what these countries ship to your countries. They ship you garbage and you take it and you end up shipping them golds, diamonds and all these things, rubles, all these raw materials so it can feed their industry. The moment Africans have that mindset, that decolonized mindset, and then things will change for them. But for now, it's just a system of surviving one country to another. Unless if that system hasn't kicked out in your brain, if there's a country that, I mean, then it's just gonna be word of mouth. Like just keep talking, and no, it's just like throwing water on a dog's back. The water is just gonna runs down, and that's it's just gonna be it, you know. And I wish African one day things can change, but it seems like it's just things are stagnant, completely stagnant.
My brother
Nothing
and
is.
my, uh, my brother
Wait,
and have you? Okay.
wait, 1 second. Sorry, there's Lozi also on the panel.
Hey, African Millennial, how are you?
Good, thanks.
These days your live streams are like a career, eh? Because I see you almost every day now. And when you log in, guess what? In your time, I don't know what time is it in Canada,
No,
in
yeah, it's
Toronto.
perfect time for South Africans. It's morning where you are, but it's night where I am.
Yeah, trust me, I call in few live streams, and the fact that I can call this time almost every day on a live stream, you're very special. I don't dish out compliments to everyone. So look, I wanna stick to the title because it's very interesting. You always have got interesting topics. I would like to compare you with Dynasty. It's just that Dynasty hate my country, but he does have interesting topics here. Yeah. So look, for me, it's obvious. I think everyone. I mean, you don't need rocket science to figure African countries are not the same, and but I think that's besides the point. But even if besides history of colonization and the current uh, 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 situation in Africa, African countries were never gonna be the same. Just like everywhere, there's never like in every continent, there's never equal countries. We were destined to compete amongst each other. We were competing in our tribes and all that. But I just want to break it down to why African countries are not the same today, linking it to the colonial history and the current situation in Africa. So
Wait,
here's the deal.
before you go ahead,
Mhm.
you can go ahead, but I had a problem with somebody in the comment section. They were like, "I'm coping," and I'm just like, seriously, you wouldn't say U.S. and Canada are the same. They're both Western countries, but you wouldn't say they're at the same level. So when we talk about Africa, why is all of Africa supposed to be at the same level? Go ahead.
Yeah, but you see, American millennial, the African countries today are not the same. Are not the same, not because of the collective individuals in the respective sovereign countries. They are not the same depending on what the colonizers or the people who in power who are controlling the African countries have allowed in each African country. So if we break it down into regions, today if you look at the map of Africa, North Africa and South Africa are more or less more developed than other regions, and also on par with the islands like Mauritius, Seychelles, and Madagascar. So my point is this: we when we make these comparisons, it's always not fair because if I was to say South Africa is not, the southern region is not the same with East or West Africa in terms of comparing development, then we go back to who really played a part in what we see today if we just go back 300 or 400 years ago. So you look at the invasion of the West by the enemy and the invasion of the East by the enemy, Central, South, North, and the islands. It's a complete different story because geography played a role. So most of our countries today, some of us are a little privileged than others in terms of African standards. And it's all because of geographical privilege due to the link of the colonizers and the systems they have set within the said country. So in West Africa, if you look at through history in the past 400 years, the settlers didn't really intend to settle for too long and even develop that region. They were basically looking to find to get the strongest Africans and ship them to the location they wanted and use them as slaves, still to benefit their own interest. Now they have never really intended to develop or to even help to develop West. Remember, the West Africans never needed a colonizer to develop the West. They were already on their own way with their own technology. There's old empires in the West, like Mali Empire, Timbuktu. You can keep going back. Now the invaders came and created destruction and set the people back. So the same can be said about any region. Now I will start with West Africa. They literally never intended to stay for long. So when the liberation parties took the independence, the colonizer left, and they made sure that they destabilized any form of any base that is linked to economy that they've established there, leaving the people at the worst conditions, almost the entire West Africa. And then that's when we've got a global system. So whatever you do as a sovereign country, it's never going to be enough if you are competing with a global system. Then you come to the South Africa, southern region. The enemy intended to stay long. First of all, southern region is too deep to take slaves to a specific location which you want to develop. And at the same time, the colonizer found the weather in the southern region similar to home, where they can more or less establish their base, considering the fact that also Europe has got a small land. They thought they can also expand and have more land for themselves. So the approach was totally different from the southern region to the west, which we somehow benefited through there. I mean, if you look at the poorest country in the south, can almost compete economically with the west of African country that is almost doing better. Like if you take Lesotho or Malawi or Eswatini, Zambia, these would be considered one of the lowest in Zimbabwe, one of the lowest standards of living and infrastructure in the southern region. But if you put them in West Africa, they still more or less can take on many countries in the West Africa. But this is not because of us Africans putting those countries there. It's not like West Africans are failing and then us southern regions are thriving. No, it's because of the colonial history. The same can be said about East Africa. East Africa has suffered so many invasions be it from the Arab world, from the colonizers, and then the North as well. The North actually is no longer black. And the North is thriving today because, the global system recognize that the darker shades you have, the more they're going to push you further away from benefiting anything in the system. So if you look at the north part of Africa, Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, even Libya at the west today, their HDI is still higher than almost 90% of African countries because apparently they are number 4 in Africa in terms of human development index. That's crazy. So you have to consider why are things like that. they are more closer to the Western due to their pigment and history as well. And you look at Central Africa. Central Africa is one of the richest region on the continent in terms of natural resources. So the more you have natural resources and the darker shades you have, the system is gonna hit you hard. You look what they've done in DRC. They made sure that literally that country doesn't prosper. And almost 80% of the gadgets that we use today, the material that is being used to make these flats, these touch screens and all that, it's coming from Congo. But yet the GDP of Congo, we cannot even speak of it. So we cannot sit here and compare and pretend like the African regions that are doing better than others. We Africans have put those in there. I'm not saying we didn't do anything. Of course, South Africa in terms of manual labor was built by black people. Kenya as well, Nigeria as well, Ghana as well, Botswana as well. But we know the system and how they coordinate it. It's been built by those systems. So you find out that Egypt is prospering today, but Egypt is getting so much investment from Middle East and as well as the West. So Egypt is building more infrastructure because the Egyptian people are just these smart people than other Africans, or is it because there are other global systems in place supporting them, just like South Africa? We do have a superior economy in terms of looking at all the points that makes an economy thrive, in terms of looking at the stock exchange, looking at the GDP per capita, power purchasing parity, standards of living. But is it us black South Africans who have put the country there ahead of other Africans? Are we smarter than other Africans? No, everybody knows history. So yeah, I agree. African countries are not the same, but they're not the same not because of us. They are not the same because of the current history that happened 300 years ago. So if Africa was left alone to develop on its own, where we compete amongst each other, that's where then we can say fair enough. Some cultures and some nations are just doing better than others because those people are just competitive. They've got a culture that is just better, but we cannot come to that conclusion now. Almost 98% of African countries were colonized. It's only Liberia and Ethiopia that were not colonized, but still, like you see, Ethiopia is been suffering as well due to the Western influence. Even today, they've got tensions going on where the Western gets in and probably started like tribal tensions or even fund the terrorists. America now, as I speak, is trying to fund the terrorism organization in South Africa just because South Africa is supporting BRICS and Russia. It's really that simple. So yeah, that's just my take, African millennial. I don't know how other people see it, but that's just my honest take.
Hi, African millennial, can I come in?
Yes, please.
Yes. I want to ask Lozi. So we spoke about North African countries being, developed, and you spoke about it has nothing to do with race and everything, and you said that people who are dark-skinned are more disadvantaged by the system. Okay, that's one way of seeing it. But I think something that should also be considered is religion, right? North African countries are Muslim countries. Okay, they believe in Sharia law and all types of what's the word? All types of religions. For instance, your Middle Eastern and North African countries. I'm not. I haven't heard the full story, but I heard that in those countries, if you are caught stealing, your finger or your hand would literally be chopped off. Okay. So, so countries like that, crime is much lower compared to other African countries because of when you steal, there's consequence. Okay, if you are found to be stealing something, there's consequence. Okay, the same goes for I think rape. If you found to have raped someone, your I'm not sure if your penis is cut off or your head is chopped off, something like that. Okay, so if you're found to be raped, then there's consequences. Okay, so if so it all goes down to corruption, right? In countries like that, there's less corruption because there's probably a consequence for that. But even if there was a specific consequence for corruption, the people of those countries have been conditioned to always do the right thing, right? It's instilled in them that if they do something bad, Allah is watching them and something bad's gonna happen to them. And they, and I think there's there's propensity to do the right thing. So, for example, if a government were to allocate 1 billion for job creation in Egypt, right? And the government expects that this 1 billion US dollars is going to create 100,000 jobs for its people, right? Then if government takes out the money, right? Because there's less corruption as the money gets as the money goes from national government and it gets you know it gets spent from the provincial departments up until it reaches the ground to the point where people actually have jobs. Okay, I think that's the reason why North African countries are prospering more than African countries, whereas with darker skinned countries there really isn't any consequence for corruption. So if the government were to if the government would allocate 1 billion US dollars, as the money goes down, there are certain people who take out the money, and to the point where you'd find that of that 1 billion US dollars, only 100 million US dollars had an effect on the people on the ground. Whereas in North African countries, if national government takes out 1 billion US dollars, you'd find that 500 or 700 US dollars actually has an effect on the ground. Whereas in countries that have a higher corruption rate, you'd find that it's only 10% of that money that reaches the ground. Wouldn't you agree with that? That religion has a part to play. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I want to respond because I think often you miss something, right? I get what you say, right? To be honest.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't know which North African countries you're talking of, because I think North African countries are more corrupt than the South Sahara. So I'll give you the point why I say this. Just a few years ago, the leader, the great Gaddafi, Muhammad Gaddafi, he was actually the richest African president, and he was not rich because Gaddafi was intelligent and he invented anything. He was literally rich because he nationalized the oil of Libya and enriched himself and his family. This is the leader that can go down as as actually the most corrupt African leader in history. What I admire about Gaddafi is that even though he enriched himself, Libya under his leadership, while he was corrupt and feeding himself, Libya was the most developed country in Africa, and actually the standards of living in Libya were at the highest. So a corrupt leader under an economy that is thriving, you will never be there. You will never see or hear of their corruption, just like the West. To me, the Western leaders are the most corrupt leaders because they go around the globe killing children and women to steal the resources to enrich themselves. The wealth you see in the West is built through blood. So how are you gonna see corruption through people who are so rich by exploiting everyone and feeding themselves? Yet you will sit down and praise the same people who killed more than 5 million people in the past 50 years in Iraq alone. Let's talk less about more than 50 countries that they have invaded. This is the kind of people that we're dealing with. Now let's stick to North Africa. You look at the laws that are in countries like Egypt. Egypt is prospering economically because they're getting more investment. And I think the leadership of Egypt is actually doing well. The current president of Egypt, for me, I think is the best president in Africa in the past 4 years. Looking at the developments that is taking place in Egypt currently and how they're managing everything. And in fact, I think universities of Egypt and education itself, it's about to take over even the education of South Africa. They're literally improving fast even in infrastructure. By the quality of road already, they are second best in Africa after Namibia. They took over South Africa. So, but with that being said, there's no country in North Africa that currently is prospering than South Africa, and that's not a coincidence. It's not. There's no country in North Africa that is prospering more than South Africa and Mauritius, to be specific, and that's not a coincidence. You look at South Africa, we've got just 5 million white people. That alone has put us in a position where South Africa is doing better on average. Even the poorest South African is still living better than any country you can think of in North Africa, other than Libya and Algeria. Actually, I'll look into that because the Human Development Index is higher than South Africa. I question that a lot. But looking at all the projectors of economy, South Africa is destroying the Northern Africa in all points. So what I'm trying to tell you is that North Africa is where it is because they not of the darker shades and they're not as rich as South Sahara in terms of minerals. It cannot, we cannot sit here and act like all African countries are just destined to fail because black people are just failing. We are not the same even amongst ourselves. In the South Sahara, we have more than 40 countries. We are literally not the same culturally, even genetically. So it won't make sense to claim that all of us are just failing because we are black. No, there is a system in place that is designed to actually create a hierarchy that does detect by the color of your skin. The darker you are, like name any black nation that is prospering. That is like name any black nation that is an example that is doing well. Name one. You can't, and you cannot come here and tell me that we've got
Wait, I can.
Name one. Okay,
Ghana.
we use the global
Ghana.
global standard. Ghana is not
Ghana.
prospering. We use global standard.
It
Ghana
is.
not prospering. No, Ghana is even behind Botswana. What are you talking about? So we're not using the
In terms of
we have
what?
to use global. Let's use global standards. Which black nation is prospering? Because I don't want us to start with small talks. Name one black nation that you can say at the global standards is competing with other countries, be it education, military, innovation, economically, standards of living. Name one. There is none, even beyond the borders of Africa. That's not a coincidence. Right? Trying to overlook that is you trying to be is you not being honest. Unless if you
Alright.
say black people genetically are just destined to fail. And the funny part is this: human civilization didn't even start in the West. Human civilization did not even start in Middle East or Asia. So we cannot come to these weird conclusions that black people are failing today because of themselves. No, today there is a global agenda. Even other races that are not white, they still think they're better than blacks. It's because the global agenda, the global system has set an agenda to undermine the blacks. And this is what we must fight and stop shying away from this issue. There is that global agenda that is set to undermine any black nation. So you cannot come and tell us that black people are failing just because they're black.
No, Lozi, I
Alright.
think you are.
Can I
Lozi,
enter?
Lozi,
Can I-
Zoli, Lozi, I feel.
No, not yet, not yet. Judah, did you have something to add? Okay. Bullet is new on the panel. He can go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to add on what Lozi was saying. Guys, like you should observe, like there is this thing where if an African country aligns with the West, like they listen to whatever the Western countries are saying, that African country will get praises, like the West will praise that African country, and like everything will seem to be fine on paper, like they will speak highly of that African country. That is what simply the northern Africa is doing. Like these guys, if you can carefully check, they are more aligned to the West, and they do not resist what the Western countries are telling them to do. And then, and we can also make that example of, or like countries like Botswana, for example, a satellite state for USA. We can also make that example again by looking at Zambia. The current president, like most of the wealth of Zambia, he sold it to Western countries. Currently, Zambia's currency is stronger than South Africa's currency. Like people are speaking so highly of Zambia, and the West is portraying this thing that this new leader is turning things around in Zambia. But if you carefully check what's happening in Zambia, like the wealth gap is becoming worse. Like the rich are becoming more richer, and the poor people are becoming more poor. So we can also go to Kagame, Paul Kagame. Rwanda is being set as an example in Africa, a country that is prospering, but it is
And
only
we do,
prospering because
ju- just to add on what you said, my brother, because you're hitting the nail. I want to add to what you said in responding to that. That is in South Korea today. But you know why North Korea and China don't like South Korea and Japan?
yeah, I know, because they align
Yes.
with South Korea aligns with
Right.
the West, just like
And
Japan.
South Korea, is doing doing way and even way better developed than North Korea, because that's what the colonizers who controls the global system does. Look at South African, compare South Africa to Zimbabwe. The Zimbabweans took back the land rightfully which belongs to them, right? But what did they do? They set an example. They isolated them from the global economy and everything. The same can be said about North Korea. North Korea and China are pan-Asian. They are fighting for their rightfully ownership
Yeah,
of Asia. Then the Japan and the South Korea are sellouts. What you're trying to say is exactly the same. Look, I don't have a problem with Reds. I know where Reds comes from. I agree with him in many ways, and I disagree with him in many ways, especially the current Reds. I disagree with him in many ways. But really, my brother, I just want us to get to a common understanding so that you can see the bigger picture. We don't have to focus on the little petty things where we always criticize the black people. Let's focus on the bigger picture, which is the global system, which is at play. To ignore that, anything you say beyond that won't make sense until that global agenda has been dealt with and removed. Do you know why now South Africa is being threatened by the USA embassy from Pretoria and telling? They didn't even tell South African government. They told South African media. They said there's a terror organization coming to South Africa. The funny part is this comes after a few hours when our American government issued a letter to South Africa telling South African government to sanction Russian billionaires who are pushing their property, their ships to Cape Town. And South African government told the USA government basically to fuck off. They told them that we are a sovereign nation. Few hours after that, then they issue a terror attack to South African government. Now ask yourself, right, who's been funding ISIS, Boko Haram, all this kind of terrorism you can think of? Stop hiding away from the truth. The truth is the Middle East today, the Arab world, the same Arab world you're talking of religion. Middle East, few countries are functioning there. And it's not because in the Middle East that the Arab people are failing themselves. You have seen Iraq being invaded. You have seen Iran being invaded. You have seen Yemen, Somalia, Ethiopia, Algeria by France. There's so many countries we can name on. Why do you keep ignoring all these tensions that are caused by the global system and you want to blame the individuals in the said countries? We are
Lozi,
performing. Yeah.
Just like Saudi Arabia.
No, listen,
Saudi
can I
Arabia.
please be given a chance to
Wait.
speak?
I
No,
started.
African millennial, African
Wait.
millennial.
Man, I did not even have enough
You
time.
guys
Wait.
have been no, you guys have been
Listen,
speaking for more
don't say
than
you
three
guys.
minutes now.
Me,
African millennial.
man, man, come
No,
on.
no, no.
Listen, Sheba, Lozi, what I want to tell you, it's check Saudi Arabia. The West was in bed with Saudi Arabia. The moment Saudi Arabia started wanting to be part of BRICS, the moment Saudi Arabia started saying they want to be part of BRICS, all of a sudden Joe Biden is taking out threats to Saudi Arabia. That
Right, he's going to ignore them. Let him respond. He's going to ignore all them. Right? Respond, please.
No, you guys have been speaking for more than 5 minutes, and there's a lot of things that I would like to respond to. So don't just don't just filter it down to one specific thing that you want me to respond to. I also have a mouthful to say. Okay. When I hear people speaking about there's a global system agenda and there's people who are oppressing us and this and that, this is how I see us African people, right? Okay, but before I go there, let's look at a country like Rwanda. We all know that Rwanda had a genocide. We all know that Rwanda was a ruined country after the genocide. I think more than 500,000 people died from the Rwandan genocide, right? It means that the country was totally dysfunctional. Today, Rwanda has been praised for making a remarkable turnaround to the point whereby they are now being quoted as the heart of Africa. You know, like I saw a post recently whereby the president was calling on teachers. I think it was a post where they said that they raised the salaries of teachers by more than 50%, and they were calling on anyone who's willing to be a teacher in Rwanda to come. Right? It means that they're investing in their future, in their children, and their salaries went up. So the point that I want to make is that Rwanda is on an upward trajectory. Okay, this goes back to the point where Lozi says that uh, um, in Libya, Muammar Gaddafi was corrupt, but it's hard to see corruption in a prospering nation. Rwanda wasn't a prospering nation. They were actually down at the bottom. Okay, right now they're changing their countries, they're making the right moves, and if they go on as they have been going on, Rwanda will be a Switzerland in Europe, because Switzerland is also a landlocked nation, but they are a very prosperous nation in Europe. They're also very small compared to other European countries inside of Europe, but they are very prosperous. Okay, they are very prosperous. So if Rwanda continues to go in the direction that it's going, Rwanda will be the Dubai of Africa, quote unquote. Okay, the same goes for the Botswana that everyone's quoting. Botswana wasn't as prosperous as it is now, right? There's even documentaries about it, about how the king invested the diamonds and the minerals of the country to benefit the people of that country, right? Right. After colonialism, Botswana was a barren wasteland like any other African country. Today they are considered to be the gem of Africa. Okay, so they didn't have anything. So that point where you are quoting the exception in North Africa to say that it's hard to see corruption in a prosperous nation. We have countries that weren't prosperous, that worked hard to be in the position that they are. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So what I would like to advocate for is for us to also look deep within ourselves. Okay, to fix the issues that we have within ourselves, to change ourselves to be the best. We don't always have to look outside and point outside and say the West and this and quote things that we're not even sure about and things that we haven't even seen. Let's look within ourselves. Let's look within ourselves. This is how, when I listen to Africans speak, sometimes this is what I'm hearing, and this is what I can compare it to, right? A fat person, Okay, a person who's overweight, a person who's fat, right? When you ask this person, why are you fat? No, I'm fat because I'm not actually fat. I'm big boned, or the food that they're feeding us is making us fat, or I can't work out because I have an injury on my leg, or or I can't because the oppressive system is oppressing me from losing weight, or the society is prejudiced, or society is discriminating against fat, fat people. So many fat, I've been watching on the internet, so many fat people are even delusional right now. They're making all sorts of stories trying to justify their the unhealthy weight they're carrying around. Whereas if they were to look deep down inside and commit themselves to improving their lives and take a route, an unpleasant route, but a route that would make them lose weight, they will achieve their goal of losing weight. For instance, eating healthy food isn't easy. It's not easy eating health. It's not easy eating vegetables. If you have an option of
Yeah.
eating burger, no, don't disrupt me. I know, don't disrupt me. Don't disrupt me. African millennial, African millennial, African millennial, African millennial, African millennial. Please,
Yeah.
I'm speaking. I never interrupted him. He always wants to interject.
Within 3 minutes. You
No,
interrupted me and
can I
within 3 minutes.
wait? Can I finish my?
Let
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Right? Eating healthy food isn't easy. Eating vegetables isn't easy. Drinking water instead of drinking Coke and carbonated, it's not easy. But that's the route that's going to make you lose weight faster. Eating vegetables and eating greens as opposed to eating McDonald's and fast, it's not easy, but that's the route that's going to make you lose weight faster. We African people need to look within ourselves to say, what are the things that are preventing us from being the best? Okay, corruption. Okay, if national government allocates 1 billion rand, right, why is it only 100 million rand? Why is it only 100 million rand that reaches the ground? If the president says that they are going to create 1 million jobs, right? The president takes out a loan from the IMF for $5 billion US, right? And he says that that's going to create 1 million jobs, right? 5 years later, people are angry at the guy for not creating 1 million jobs. And people are calling him a liar. He's not a liar. He took out 5 million. The projections said that 1 million jobs were supposed to be created. Why aren't they created? There's corruption. There are people that are stealing the money. Okay, let's talk about that. Let's name and shame these people. Some of these people.
Make your point. You've been speaking for 6 minutes.
Okay. Let's look within ourselves. Let's look within ourselves. Okay. Let's look when corruption is an issue. Corruption isn't as petty as you would want it to be.
Okay. Like a deadbeat. You're repeating the same point.
So,
make your point.
Yes.
Make your point.
Yes. So some illegal activities give birth to others. If a person doesn't have a job, if I don't have a job and I have nothing to eat, what's going to happen? I'm going to be forced to steal. I'm going to be forced to kill people and bomb ATMs so that I can have money. Why? Because I don't have a job. The reason why I don't have a job is because of the money that was allocated for job creation was eaten by someone. Okay, we all know people that are living lavish lives, that are working in public institutions with a mere $2,000 salary, with a mere $2,000 salary, but they're living a lavish lifestyle. We know people like that around us. Why don't we name and shame? Why do we have to run around to the international community and and USA and we are oppressed? Why? That's my point. Thank you. I'm done.
Yeah, no problem. Wait, no, sorry. Josie Gold has been waiting for at least 10 minutes. He has to speak. So, Josie Gold, are you there? Josie Gold? Okay, never mind. Whoever wanted to reply can go ahead.
Can I go for 2 minutes, Elozi? 2 minutes only.
You can go.
Sure. Lozi, I want to tell Radi one thing, and I'm going to repeat it again. I don't know. Do you remember the time Jacob Zuma said he wants to develop a nuclear power station for us to
Yeah.
have stable
Yeah.
electricity?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so that the situation we have with ESCOM today won't be like this. I know very well about that
yeah,
case.
yeah. So an African was solving African problems. Who interfered? Western countries, white people in South Africa, and clever blacks that are like Radi, clever blacks. These ones, they were telling us we are going to hurt the nature. They were telling us about the radiation. They were telling us about a lot of things. You understand? They were helping Western countries to prevent us from having stable electricity. Today, a clever black comes on the panel and tells us that no, we are the problem. Like as if there are no people like him who are stopping us from progressing. People. I don't wanna lie. This guy irritates me so much. I don't know if maybe he's acting like this because he's in South Korea, or he always had these thoughts, but he did not want to say what he was thinking. Sure, Lozi, you can go on.
Look, Radi, it's not 100% wrong. As Africans, we must hold ourselves accountable. As you mentioned, Bullet, which I agree with you about what Zuma was trying to implement. Not just Zuma, the administration of Zuma and his government with Putin. But it's our fault to allow Western powers to keep on winning. You get what I'm saying? What we have to realize as Africans is that this is a war and it's not going to end on moral. The West is not going to wake up tomorrow and decide to do the right things. They're going to keep on prioritizing themselves and even exploiting our minerals, even at the cost of people dying, right? I agree with you, Bullet, but let's also say we, Zuma and his admin and us as South Africans, failed to proceed with the nuclear power with Putin because we keep on allowing the West to do this. We must be willing to die at some point. Now, back to Rad. Look, I don't know why you used Rwanda as a standard or anything. Rwanda is not prospering. I don't know if you do research or you even check. However, I agree with you on one thing. Rwanda of today with
Lozi.
I think it's internet. It's internet.
Okay, African Millennium, can I please come in? Can I please chip in?
Josie Gold
Hold on.
is here.
Wait,
No,
hold on.
hold on. You hold on. Josie
Hold on.
Gold can go. You hold on. Josie Gold can go.
African Millennium, what's going on? Whose show
Bruh,
is
hold
this?
on, bruh. Hold on.
African
You have been
Millennium.
talking for
Wait,
8
wait,
minutes.
Whose
wait,
show
wait,
is
For
this?
8 minutes.
Whose show am I on?
Sorry. Josie Gold, I don't
African
think you
Millennium.
can hear me, so I'm gonna write in the private chat that when you
African
hear
Millennium.
this, go ahead. Yeah?
African Millennium, can I please continue because I was cut off from
Oh,
my
yeah,
own
go.
net, which was my side. Okay. I was saying Rwanda is it's not a good model to even use as when we are in African countries. Ghana it's doing way better than Rwanda. Rwanda was a good example that you used as a country that is prospering. But Rwanda economy, as we all know, is backed up by South African economy through the exports, almost everything they eat, they wear, and even their currency pula is pegged by rand, including Namibia, Lesotho, and Eswatini as well. I think you are informed, but I don't think you do enough research. Rwanda was just a terrible example to use, especially considering the fact that the dictator called Paul Kagame is actually working with France to continue exploiting other African states like DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. So that alone is just a terrible example to use in the African principles, as we want to rise all African countries. We don't want to have a puppet state that is serving the interest of the West at the expense of another African country. So that on its own, you spoke so much with confidence about Rwanda, and it just showed me how little you know about what's really happening. And at this point, I think we will never agree, me and you, looking at the present state of the global agenda and where Africa is. You've got your own views. You tend to want to put more responsibility on the blacks, which I agree with. But I think it's a very idealistic approach than a realistic approach. Reality is there are forces in place that are at play. Up until we fight those forces, we will be able to see how much corrupt Africans are. As we stand today, there will always, it's like our leaders, they only get the crumbs. The West takes all the resources for themselves. Our leaders are left with little, and they still are corrupt, just like every leader. Remember, every politician of any society is corrupt, depending on where they're stealing from. If you're stealing from a little GDP, it's gonna show more, right? But if you're stealing from a GDP that's it's you might not even notice. But at the end of the day, almost all politicians are just equally corrupt. So this idea that only Africa is behind because the Africans are corrupt is not true. We are literally a generation that is born into a state of Africa that is being captured, is being oppressed. Up until we fight there and win, and we will have a different conversation. Whatever you say, anything you say in this current state of Africa, it won't make sense because we are already performing at institutions that are already being captured. They are already undermined by superpowers. Ignoring that is just living in an idealistic world. The same country you are in, there's a reason why you didn't go to North Korea, but you went to South Korea. There is a reason for that.
Shy.
Okay.
Josie,
Hey,
go.
can you hear me now? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, like am I clear?
Mm-hmm.
All right, look. All right, like greetings everybody, like all my fellow South Africans and everybody in the chat, and of course the host of the show, African Millennial. Look, guys, I think to a certain extent, Radi does have a point. Could we have done better? And that is true. Like we could have done much better. I don't deny that there's a global system at hand. I mean, that is a fact. That's always been there, and there is some sort of agenda. But I sometimes ask myself, is that could we have done other things? And for me, the question is yes. We could have done much better than what we've done. We could have been more prepared for some of these global threats that are there. That is true to a certain extent. Am I saying that there's no global hand? No, that's always going to be there. Of course, there are going to be some countries that just want to extract from South Africa. But I don't think we've done enough to create an alternative economy that can benefit our people in a way that it should. And of course, creating a military. And we can't run away from the corruption the corruption thing, because if you look at the weapons manufacturing that we have, these ANC people are looting it. It's not the West. Some are our institutions. It's the government that's looting them. And he is right to a certain extent about certain things. Yeah, sure, in South Africa, we will build the infrastructure. The ANC they will build it. It will be there. But there's going to be a lot of corruption. It's going to be drawn out. No, these things are there, and these things can affect people's lives. We can't run away from that. So both sides are true, but for me personally, we can only focus on what we can control. What we can control is our own actions and what we can do. So yeah, that's my input.
Sure, Josie.
Thank you. No, African Millennial. African Millennial.
No, but
African
Radi,
Millennial.
you spoke for 8 minutes. Radi,
African Millennial.
Radi,
Wait,
African Millennial.
Come on, Radi. You spoke for 8 minutes. Sure, Josie. I never refused that there's corruption, guys. I never refused. We know that corruption is all over the world. We know. I never refused that. What I'm saying is that, for example, yesterday African Millennial was talking about Central African Republic. Central African Republic, they saw that France is a problem. So the leaders of Central African Republic, they decided to remove France military, and then they decided to bring in Russian military. But the France military continues to fund terrorism. and the Central African Republic leaders are trying. Let us not sugarcoat. They are trying because military wise they cannot help their citizens alone. I don't know why the surrounding countries can't come in and help, but at least we can see that Africa is corrupt, but at least there are leaders who are working towards fixing African countries. So my thing is we are so quick to criticize. I have never in my life, I'm going to be honest right here, like if you check the people who are in the middle class in each African countries, people who are in the middle class, these are most of the time these people are the ones who are complaining how the government is corrupt, how, but these people will never come together and say that, you know what, let us donate, we are going to build this type of businesses that will run across the country. Let us donate, we are going to build this type of, we are going to create this type of organization that will help our people, maybe if they are being, they are arrested falsely accused maybe of crimes, this organization will help maybe protect them in court, you understand. Building maybe insurance companies, like the middle class, all they know is to complain and run to Europe. That's the only thing. People who I will always have respect for are the poor people. I don't want to lie. Poor people are the ones who are holding our country together. Middle class are useless. They are helped by our government. After being helped to enter the middle class, then the first thing they do is to criticize.
Okay. Look, Bullet, I personally agree with a lot of things you said, except when you say, like, you might argue in Africa, but in South Africa, regardless of what people are saying, most of the middle class is staying. They're not going anywhere. But where I agree with your criticism is when you say, what are they doing? That's a fair criticism. They have a lot of money in their hands and they don't do anything. If you really believe in something, you really need to back it and back it financially, meaning that you should be supporting businesses, meaning don't buy KFC and McDonald's, buy a Kota or Mohodu somewhere in our amongst our people and retain that money amongst our people instead of sending that money overseas. Because a lot of people don't understand is that when you buy McDonald's and KFC and whatever,
Our,
you're actually sending your money
when you
abroad. You're sending your
when you
money
put our
far away,
brother
and
to abandon us.
Okay,
And when
can I speak?
yeah,
Can I
hold on,
speak?
wait, hold on. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. So look, the middle class has a huge role to play. If you run, hey man, there's nothing you. If you ran, well, technically you're part of the problem because you decided to leave. So the middle class has the power to do that. One, a lot of our people, even in the middle class, are financially illiterate because most of the middle class still stays in South Africa. Most of them are not going to go anywhere. I speak to them all the time, so on and so forth. Even wealthy black South Africans, they're not going to leave. So, but the problem that I have with our people is that we're not financially illiterate and we're not politically literate. What does financial literacy mean? Like what I said earlier, buy from people that will support you. That's something that's within your control. And two, vote for the right political party. You can't keep voting for people that are not giving you anything and not giving you proper services. So, and another thing, we never talk about how can we as a collective, you know, try to like sway politics, back a political candidate or a political party on our own. Because if we actually combine our money, we could actually do that and get them to do what we want them to do. So that's the role the middle class could play. So I agree with Bullet on that. So yeah.
All right, thank you. Can I come in? Hello? Can everyone hear me?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Please go ahead.
Talk.
Okay. Okay, I want to speak on the point that Lozi made about Rwanda, and he said that Rwanda is not prospering and all of that. I agree. Rwanda isn't on the level that South Africa is in, or Kenya is in, or Rwanda isn't even on the top 10. But what I'm saying is that Rwanda is better. Rwanda is a much better country from what they were. Rwanda is a much better country from what they were. That's the point that I'm trying to make. They are on an upward trajectory. But where they are right now, they cannot be compared to South Africa. And if that upward trajectory continues, there will be a point. It may be 10, it may be 20 years, it may be 30 years, it may be 40 years. But if that trajectory continues, right? If that trajectory continues, then Rwanda will be the Dubai of Africa if it continues. So I wasn't saying Rwanda is better than South Africa or Rwanda is better than Nigeria. I'm saying that they are better than they were, right? And then you compare Rwanda and their next door neighbors Burundi. Burundi is even in a much worse state than they were before. That's what I'm saying. The difference between Burundi and Rwanda, they were on the same level, but Rwanda looked deep within, right? They looked deep within and made changes, right? They made changes, and the president, a lot of people call him a dictator, but if he's a dictator and he's improving the lives of the people in his country, and he's a dictator, well then he's a good dictator. He's then a good dictator. Let it be. Do you understand? That's the point that I'm trying to make. The other one is Zambia. Zambia also cannot be compared to South Africa, but they are improving. And if they continue improving and making little improvements here and there, they will get to the standards of South Africa. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Okay, there are countries that are going down the drain, and there are countries that are improving. Okay, and the reason why is because they are improving on the things that they have control over. If you look at Rwanda, they are calling on teachers to come to their country. They have increased salaries for teachers. The same goes for Zambia. They are investing in their future. Okay, they are making moves that will put them right amongst the best in Africa and hopefully the best in the world. That's the point that I'm trying to say. So I feel like I'm being misunderstood, right? I feel like I'm seen as a person who hates black people and as a person who hates South Africa. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm criticizing us because I love us. Okay. The first thing we South Africans do is speak about things that are far away from us. Yes, it will always be there. But why aren't we talking about the people that we know, in our communities who cannot explain where they got their wealth from? What about them? Why is nobody holding these people accountable? Right? Why do we complain about unemployment and we complain about so many things, and yet government keeps on spending money, right? And yet government keeps on spending money, and there are people living right amongst us who cannot explain how they got their wealth. Even if they own even if they own a chisenyam, even if they own a restaurant, it still doesn't explain how they got to drive a lavish car and live in a double-story mansion house, from owning a saloon, from owning a restaurant, and you're able to live this kind of lifestyle. Why can't we name and shame these people instead of us running to white people and running to imperialism, and then some of these words I can't even pronounce? Why do we have that attitude? Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I respond, African Million?
Yeah, you can respond, but I still don't understand your point, Radi. I still don't get the point with Rwanda.
Look, I understand what he's trying to say. I think
What
both
is he
sides are
saying?
telling the truth.
Okay,
Look,
let me set the record.
let me say this.
No, but just let
Okay,
me
go
go
ahead.
ahead. I'll let you speak, brother. And just go. I know you, brother. You are very patient. You never interrupt. I have to give you that. But can I just go first?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Look, I'm with you, brother, and I think you make sense. I think you will be South African, those patriotic South Africans who love South Africa so much, and who wants to see just Africa in general or black people who wants to see them prosper. And you will rather hold them responsible by all means necessary to prosper. And I think that's a strong stance. And I think that's how any strong nation was built, to be honest, with no excuses. But I think it works in a perfect world. In an imperfect world, you don't fight people who take the drugs. You find people who deliver drugs, who make the system to be available for drugs to be there at the door for people to purchase. You don't fight the rapist without fighting the systems that allows rapists to be available in a society. What I hear from you is that you are not diagnosing the problem. I still say it's okay to blame a rapist who goes rape, but if we can create a system that prevent a rapist to exist in the first place, that's even awesome, and that's what I'm looking at. So let me take you back to Rwanda. I've got nothing against Rwanda, but we must be careful of the media. Rwanda has been getting a good PR. Rwanda has achieved a lot considering the genocide that happened and in a short space of time under the leadership of Paul Kagame. I've said this before, but I still think it was a terrible example to use, looking at how many countries in Africa that we can put as an example. So Rwanda is always getting this praise, but if you look at the paper and the record, there's a little that they have to show, especially considering the facts that I said, which you ignored. Paul Kagame is working with the West to destabilize one of the most already destabilized country, which is DRC, right? So when you mentioned Rwanda and Zambia and Rwanda have got one thing in common. These countries are not doing anything that other African countries have achieved. And if you look at Zambia and Rwanda, the economy, it's not based on manufacturing and production in the locals. The Zambia, it's prospering, it's not prospering actually, but their currency is strong. And the reason why their currency is strong is because currently copper is on demand. Zambia has got one of the largest deposits of copper, which is a raw material that they trade with the global because it's on demand. Now, what I have to give the leadership of Zambia praise is that they are good negotiators, especially the current president. He's good and he has been good, and he actually literally changed the system to favor Zambia in terms of trade. But remember, this is what the West does. Sometimes when new admin comes into leadership in a sovereign country, they tend to quickly change, especially if that leadership tends to agree with them and bend over to them. What I'm saying is, I'm not removing anything from the corrupt Africans. What I'm trying to make you understand is that almost the entire planet is filled with corrupt leaders. It's not exceptional to African leadership. That's what you must get through your head. Now, in Africa, it shows more because Africa is one of the most exploited continents. Now, if we can agree on one thing, it's bad for African leaders to even
Lozi,
Yeah, I think
Lozi.
I think internet problems again. Can I go so long as
No,
when
wait,
he
wait,
comes
wait,
back?
wait, wait. It was my
I'll keep
turn. It
quiet.
was my turn.
Okay,
It was my
okay.
turn after him. Up until Lozi comes back, let me just say this. Look, I agree with both sides, but I think that we also need to be honest with ourselves. Sure, there's corruption everywhere, but the type of corruption we have is a type of corruption that makes us weaker. And I think we must be honest about that. And I agree
Thank you,
with
Josie.
the.
Thank you, Josie.
Hold on,
Thank you.
hold on,
Thank you.
hold on. And I agree with the whole white supremacist thing, movement, and the whole global system that is oppressive to us. But we need to be honest, though. We have a company, state-owned company, that manufactures our weapons. These people are looting it. That makes us weaker. If this company falls apart, we won't be able to make our own weapons from a state level. Like the corruption amongst the police, some of our state security, like departments that are there, like our intelligence, you're hearing a whole lot of shenanigans happening there. I
Thank you,
understand that there's
Josie.
corruption all over the world, but that makes us
Yes.
military weak if we don't,
Yes.
because The West is there. They are a threat. But the
Yes.
question is, what's within our control? Like, what's within our control? What are the things we can do? If we loot our own,
Exactly.
let's say, weapon, like a company that makes us weapons, we're in trouble. If we don't have proper economic plans and how we can create an alternative economy, we're in trouble. If we don't know, let's talk geopolitics, like world politics. Are we playing the East versus West thing? Are we playing them against each other? Is there something we can get from, like, let's say, the BRICS alliance, and at the same time from the West, and balance and create some sort of balancing act that benefits us? We're not thinking of the things we could be doing. And I think for me, that's where the problem is. That's always going to be there. But to think that we can't get out of the problems that we're in is problematic. Because then, if that's the case, then we're done for. So that's all. I think that's something that we need to take into consideration.
And Josie, to
So,
add into what you say,
uh,
right? Josie, to add into what you say, we South Africa, right, or Southern Africans, we have everything we need, everything we have to be on the level of these powerful countries. We have. We are the ones that
name,
are. We are the ones that are. What's sabotaging ourselves? We have the
name one
military.
thing we have.
We have.
Name one thing we have. Name one thing we have.
Name one thing we have. Like what? What do you mean? Name one thing we have.
Okay.
No,
Can I
Fit, we
tell you
have
something?
ESCOM. Listen.
Can I tell you
Listen.
something
We
that
have.
you might not know?
No, you can't. Listen, you can't ask me a question and not allow me to answer your question. What's the point of asking me a question?
Okay,
Let
go
me
ahead.
answer your question. Okay, we have ESCOM. That's the thing that we do have. And ESCOM does have capacity. But what's currently going on at this point is that I believe that people, incompetent people, or there's something that's not adding up in ESCOM. But ESCOM does have the capacity to give the whole country electricity. There are operation problems somewhere, but ESCOM does have the capacity to give the whole country electricity. The army, we have the best army in the world. If I may argue,
No,
not in the world,
army
not
is
in the world.
number
Okay,
2.
okay, not
It's number
not in the world,
26.
but we do,
Number 26 in the
have,
world.
but yes, but we do have a competent army that can defend us against
No,
national threats.
no. Depending on who we are against, that's zero. Look, we need to be
Oh,
practical,
okay,
people. Ready?
okay,
Well, can
okay.
I ask you one? Can I ask you a simple question? What do you think is holding Zimbabwe and Libya from? No, let me not speak of Libya. I'm not really well informed about it. Let's just speak about Zimbabwe alone. What do you think is holding the current affairs in Zimbabwe?
What's currently affecting Zimbabwe is that
What?
they were isolated from the international community and the international systems. That's what's
Okay.
currently holding back
That's the
Zimbabwe.
answer I want. That's all. Let me respond now. So you can
Okay,
agree with
okay.
me.
Russia has also been isolated, but they are prospering. Russia, they have also been isolated, but they are prospering.
Again, better example. You're taking the extreme exception of Russia as a powerhouse. It's not an average country. Look at even the size of Russia. Look at history. Right? You cannot compare the two.
So
What I want
yes,
to
but that's
understand
what I'm
is-
saying. Zimbabwe is a weak country. Russia is powerful. That's why they can withstand international pressure. So we should build ourselves to be a powerhouse. That's what I'm saying, so that we can withstand pressure from international community. That's what I'm saying.
Things like this are easy to say than that. Yeah, I believe you are that type of young people who will believe that Mandela sold out. Let me give you a wake up call, right? Let me give you a wake up call. What we are up against, I don't think you guys understand what we are up against, and this idea that somehow Black South Africans or Black people in Africa have got power currently to just turn things around. It's not true. Yes, we do have a sense of power to a certain limit. And what I'm saying is, since you agreed that Zimbabwe is not prospering because they have imposed sanctions on very strategic economical hubs or areas that don't allow the country to move, can you agree that this could be possibly said about every African nation, but it only depend on what scale in each African sovereign state? I always say this. Now the question is, why have we as a continent allowed that to happen? So now when we bring the whole continent, that's when I can say now black people are not being responsible as a whole, because we can literally remove any sanction you can think of if we were working as one continent. But now, since you said South Africa own ESCOM, will you agree? Will you believe if I can tell you that actually black South Africans don't own ESCOM and they never did? And will you agree with me if I can tell you that UK, Germany, and USA have been forcing ESCOM to go green and abandon coal? And recently, since Putin has closed the taps in Europe, they've been stocking our own coal. What you need to understand is black people in South Africa or in Africa in general, they don't have as much power as you would like to believe, even today. What I'm trying to tell you guys is we must fight to have that power. As much as you want to blame black people and say we are corrupt, blah, blah, at the end of the day, the truth is we are not in charge of our own continent. And that's what I'm saying, we must fight to own. But you can say whatever you want. But if we are not in charge of our own continent, we're gonna come back here and complain for the next coming 1,000 years if you live up to 1,000 years. It's not gonna change because you're not attacking the real problem. You are attacking the symptom, not the disease. You just agreed with me that Zimbabwe is where it is because the Western have put that country there. Why do you think it's exceptional to South Africa? Why would you think it's exceptional to South Africa?
I have a question. So, would you say that even the incompetence that some of us have, it's because A, we were never trained, or B, we're coming from a place of need. So once we get to the top, we just don't know what to do. Like, I'm not excusing extreme bad behavior. I'm not excusing extreme corruption, but sometimes you just really have to understand that no one knows what they're doing. So then how can you really expect them to know what to do,
Lozi,
right?
give us a chance to speak, my brother. No, man.
No,
Lozi,
I'm after Rosie. I'm after Rosie.
no. Lozi, come on,
I'm
Lozi.
after Rosie. Radi, you spoke, I'm after Rosie.
Bullet, your problem. Bullet, your problems that you think. Your problems that you think you own this platform. You think this platform is yours. That's your problem. You think we're here for you. We are not here for you. You and I are guests on this show. It's not your show.
Okay.
You don't own this show. I didn't log onto this show to speak with you.
Come
So
on,
please
guys.
show us respect.
Let's keep it peaceful.
Please. I'm not here for you, my brother. Please. Please.
I'm
This isn't the African Bullet Show. This isn't the African Bullet Show. It's African Millennial Show, not African Bullet Show. Okay.
Okay, can I respond to African millennial and you will come after me? Look, African millennial. I think we as black people, we are taught to hate our own. In even the leadership. Yes, we can criticize the leadership. I'm all for that. We need to criticize them. Did you see what happened to Lizzie? What is her name? The previous prime minister.
Prime minister in
Right.
the UK that she served
Get
like
up,
I think 1 month.
Incompetence is everywhere. It can be found everywhere. Imagine UK, one of the most powerful countries on earth that has been exploiting almost 70% of the entire planet for the past 100 years to enrich themselves. Yet even their roads today are not paved with gold. They still have got problems. What I'm trying to tell you people is this. Even the African leaders that we criticize every day and keep saying all these things that we can say, the little that they have, Africa today has got lesser wars with the little that they have to work with. These leaders that are corrupt, which I agree, but they're not any corrupt more than the leaders of UK and whatever. The only difference is the leaders of UK have stole so much to be able to feed their people, but they still show incompetence and corrupt. It didn't take long for Putin to shut down the tabs and for pound and euro to shake. That's how vulnerable their economies are. And we keep coming here, city and act as if these people are superior, they're the best leaders. No, I think it's a scapegoat. It's easy to sit down and just blame our leaders. As Bullet said, what are we doing as African people? Now you look how they removed his trust after just a few months of incompetence I think it's even weeks as a prime minister of UK. I think what we can now blame ourselves as Africans is that we're not organized as an average citizen of Europe in terms of holding their leaders accountable when there is incompetence. It's easy to come on platforms and spread a propaganda that black leaders are just corrupt than to stand up tomorrow and actually do something to face the exceptional black leaders that are corrupt and install leaders that are not corrupt. Whereas the citizens of Europe, if there's a corrupt leader, they won't come on this live stream every day and complain about how African leaders are corrupt. They actually do something about it. I think that's actually what we must focus on. And that's my answer to you, African millennial.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Did anybody want to go next?
Bullet, go. I want to go after you.
No. I'm after Bullet, please. I'm after Bullet.
Oh gosh.
Bullet, Ish, you see.
Bullet, talk.
I'm talking. You guys are stopping me.
Hey, who did you
Okay,
guys say?
go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
Okay, talk.
Sure. African millennial, like, and also we as Africans, we should be aware of like people who like to flip flop, because these people can be a threat to our revolution. Like the step that we want to reach, these people can be a problem. Like there's this guy I knew. He worked with the mayor of our town. He was working in the mayor's office there. Like this guy was helping the mayor to loot public funds. Somehow this guy now left the country, he's working somewhere else, and now I've been communicating with this guy. He also has this thing of telling us that now we are the problem. But a few months ago he was helping the mayor to loot funds. Today he's telling us that we are the problem, we should look into ourselves. So this is the thing. Even if black people come together and try to build something, we will have this type of people in our organizations that will flip-flop at any time to sell us. So we should also be careful of flip-floppers.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I wanna
Okay.
go after you.
Yes. So Bullet obviously went very personal, and I think I need to contextualize the whole thing. So what happened was that I used to work in the office of the executive mayor in the town where I'm from, right? And this was when I was in university. I used to be very into photography and graphic design and media, and the mayor at the time needed a person who would travel around with him, and a personal photographer and a person who would help him out with posters whenever he had a speaking engagement or whenever he was speaking at a community. A person who would help just advertise the event. Okay, let's say that he was speaking at a youth rally, so he needed a poster, he needed invitation cards, he needed a photographer for the event, he needed someone who would help write the article, he needed a person who would communicate and liaise with the local newspapers and the local radio stations. He needed a young person like that, because that portfolio needs a young person. It needs a young person who's full of energy, and he needed that. And me coming into his office, he wanted to be seen as a person who's giving young people an opportunity to work in his office, right? And so I went to go work. I went to go work in the office of the mayor. And what I soon discovered was that the person who I was working for was being investigated for having embezzled money that was given to the municipality for the purpose of helping impoverished communities. He took a huge chunk of that money for personal use, right? So as time went on, investigations went on, and the investigation was concluded, and he was summoned to court, and there was a huge public outrage for it. It appeared on the media, it appeared on the news. And I just happened to be caught in the crossfire. Everyone that used to work in that office. Okay, so for Bullet to be for Bullet to say that I had a hand in corruption, it's totally wrong. I never even I never even signed not a single paper. I had to go out whenever I needed, for instance, camera equipment. I had to go to my manager and ask him to buy a specific part on the camera, because sometimes you find that when the mayor is speaking inside, the lighting conditions are too dark, and so I needed a flash on my camera so that he can appear more clearly. Things like that. Okay, I was that guy. I was a junior staff. I was the youngest staff member in that office, and I also started working 2 years before his term ended. And this thing occurred a couple of years before I even came in. So for him to say that I stole money with him and I now ran away from my country, that's low. That's really, really low. That's very low of you, Bullet. But it's okay. But the point that I want to make is that I agree with Lozi where he says that we should create systems that would prevent certain things from happening. We should create systems that are rigorous in investigating any acts of corruption, and we should also have systems that would prevent certain things from happening, like rape. We should we should build those systems. That we should build systems everywhere to the point whereby it would actually be beneficial to us as a people. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
Look,
for the record,
something.
I never said you.
Now, this is why I like
Okay.
Muradi. I
Okay,
think
come on,
I
guys. It's
agree
my turn. It's my
many
turn.
of the points, and
It's
I
my
think we're
turn.
getting some.
Lozi
Okay, stop,
jumping.
just
It's my turn.
no, go.
You jumping. Okay. Look. Yeah. Okay. Look, guys. Look. There's something that I want to say is that I believe in our people, because I've seen in South Africa where black people are running it and it was being run well. I mean, like the Thabo Mbeki administration, sure that it had its own problems, but the country was relatively run well. Like the economy was growing, the economy was transforming. There were a lot of things that were good about that administration. So I believe our people can. It's been like I've seen it happen. But there's just something that happened along the way where like that whole thing was knocked out of the way when they removed them and a certain rogue people came in. Look, I like Jacob Zuma. Well, the things I like about Jacob Zuma, like I like the fact that load shedding disappeared for like 2 years under him. I like the fact that he exposed some of those things that were happening under in terms of like some of the contracts at ESCOM, these evergreen contracts, so on and so forth. I like that about him exposing, but I know he was doing it for himself. I know he was doing it for him and his friends, not necessarily for the people. And we've seen it before. And another thing I wanted to say is that look, Radi, and like guys, like we need to accept that it's not just the West that's kind of like coming here. They're willing participants. Cyril Ramaphosa is a willing participant of the West. He's literally sold ESCOM and our energy, and they're even taking money to shut down our coal-powered stations. They made that decision. This idea that they just forced us, no, he's a weak leader. As much as we should like look at foreign influence, it is there. We can't run away from the fact that some of our leaders are weak, like right now, Cyril Ramaphosa. And that's one of the problems that's there. I believe in our people because I've seen this country being run all by our people. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. So Think before you type just got on the panel. He can go ahead and say something. Think before you type.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just actually laughing over here. Yeah, the chat, I just walked in and you still have that, whatever that chicken foot voodoo religious do, whatever, still crying about what happened to him yesterday. But anyways, Great discussion. I came a little bit late, but I heard so far what everybody was saying. I can see the valid points on what everybody was saying. But one of the things I wanted to add was that when the the concept of like the word African, the word what do you call black, all these like terms that people nowadays use is foreign, right? So the word African is not even a term or a name that even came from the people within the continent. It's a Roman general that came invaded, and some people would say that, you know what, no, it's not the case. Maybe it's a Libyan tribe in North Africa. That's how the name came about. But regardless, most people don't even consider North Africans as Africans or black, right? But to get back to the point of our African countries equal, well, every empire, every country in any given era is going to have their ups and downs. That's just the fact. You know what I mean? Empires rise and falls. Regional areas, they all rise and fall. So now the West does have it. In a couple of decades, the East in Eastern Asia, they're going to take it. But the one thing Africa, the continent of Africa, the only thing they have at the moment that is one key factor is that the vast majority of the population are a young population, right? It's over a billion people now, but the vast majority of the African continent, the people that's there, are young. And usually the future is basically belongs to the, you know what I mean, the young. So in the Western world, their population is declining. In some parts of Asia, there is declining. China made a big mistake by actually, with the one child policy. Now they're actually in a situation where they have more women than male. I mean, actually, they have more men than women, right? There's so far the numbers that I looked up last time was about over 10 million more men than compared to a woman. So the one child policy the China did was actually it's kind of backfiring. But so far from the African perspective, if people are talking about what can people do right now, is basically learn what the future technology holds, focus on what the R&D is, and then you can you can educate the young population, which the African people have. I think the median age of the African continent is about 15, or at least is in the early, I would say mid 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 teens. That's the population of African, like the vast majority of people in Africa. So the young population actually does have more of a bright future in the coming decades, or hopefully within a century. But at the end of the day, the people right now that are on this panel, or people that want to make some sort of a progress to see it, is to focus on the, you know what I mean, to learn from the mistakes that was made in the past and try to correct those mistakes so it doesn't happen in the future.
All right, thank you. Can I come in? Thank you. Can I come in? Can I come in? Hello? Hello?
Go
Yes.
ahead, Randy. I'll
Yes.
come after you. Go ahead.
All right. All right. Thank you. I have a problem with people saying that Africa has the youngest population, and people want to brand that as if it's a good thing. But how is that a good thing? Why are people dying at such a young age in comparison to other nations? Why doesn't that alarm us? Why does people say that Africa has a young population? Africa is full of energy. That's not good. That's not good. And why do people die at such a young age? Why is the life expectancy of people in Africa so low? That's not good. Number one. Number two, in terms of skill and competence, the people at the top should be people who have experience in that particular field, who have experience in that particular field, who have the qualifications, who have all the right ingredients or factors that can help them excel in that position. If you have a young person coming in all the time in certain positions, how is that sector or how's that department or how's that environment expected to grow? Because the people who are more experienced know how things are done. They have more knowledge on the operations of that particular department. Like, am I making sense? So if we have young people all the time running things and they coming with their new policies and their new ways of running things all the time, how are we going to go anywhere? I mean, how's that a good thing?
Well, you want me to
Okay,
answer
thank
my
you.
question? All right.
Okay.
I'll respond. You
Can
want me
I
to respond to it? I was just gonna say,
can
like,
I go,
talking about.
brother? Can I ask to go after that? You can speak after.
Go ahead.
Look, right, you answered a point that I was about to answer, but I think I'm gonna disagree with you when you said why is the young population of Africa is dying. I think everybody knows that. It has to do with economy. Economy has to do with infrastructure development and human development index generally. So as the economy improves and infrastructure and all that, healthcare will improve as well on generally on the continent, and that will automatically improve our lifespan. And you are right. There's this over like exaggeration we put on the youth of Africa, which I think we need to be careful with. Although I agree with what I think before you type said, he made some good points when he said, you forgot what he said. He said empires rise and fall. And I always say it's unfortunate that we are born into a period where Africa is being excluded, Africa is suppressed and excluded from the global access to information and knowledge. If we can get Africa into a position where we can unlock knowledge to come to our youth, which if we can just unlock that knowledge and take advantage of that and put that knowledge on them, they will be the leaders of the coming blue planet. But now we need to also look at this. The numbers don't always mean the future is bright. If you look at China and India, they almost have the same. They almost have the same population in terms of numbers. India just falls slightly short, but the China has got more than 700 million people educated and into middle class. The opposite cannot be said. I mean, the same cannot be said about India, right? So we don't want to create another India state in Africa by numbers and this youth. In fact, we might looking at the position where Africa is today, we must be trying to control our population. I think what we must get, where I agree with both of you, right, is that we need to get the information to the young generation of Africa, which they can be the future leaders. Yeah. So I think that makes sense. Back to what you said earlier on. I think I'm gonna disagree with you, Josie, what you said about Ramaphosa. I don't think Ramaphosa is more of a Western puppet. I mean, this guy is the guy who his admin voted neutral on the war between Ukraine and Russia. It's the same admin of Ramaphosa that started to go on a ride about kicking Israel out of being the observer of African Union. This admin is the same admin that told not so long ago told the American official, the foreign minister of America, to chuck off when he came to South Africa. It's the same admin that now went Ramaphosa himself. He went to Saudi Arabia and tried to the Prince of Saudi Arabia to join BRICS. So I think it's hard to really tell where Ramaphosa stand. His admin now just allowed the Russian billionaires to put their ships in Cape Town. So it's hard to really say Ramaphosa is the puppet of the West while he's risking so much and actually offending the West with the moves he has been made. Many African countries have went put their tails behind their asses and voted against Ukraine. I mean, you look at Nigeria, the largest black nation, they didn't even have enough balls to vote neutralist on the war between Ukraine and Russia. We know that Nigeria is not for the West, but they were afraid of the West. They couldn't even vote neutral on the Ukraine and Russia war. So I would say of all the puppet leaders we have in Africa, I think I'll risk saying all the presidents of South Africa that we have ever had, they are the least puppets to the West. Now, speaking of Thabo Mbeki, Thabo Mbeki has made the era of Thabo Mbeki, South African economy was doing the best in history. I mean, our GDP was flying, but that also because Thabo Mbeki had a hangover of economy from Mandela, who was like a global icon. Investment were coming in large numbers. Now we had Zuma, who I think did a lot of mess. And the good thing that Zuma did was to secure a position for South Africa to align with.
Lozy.
Lozy, we can't hear you. Connection is bad. Someone
we'll
else
wait
talk.
for it to come
All right.
back.
Lozy, like your connection's not right.
Yeah. But let me just add one thing to it, right? In terms of what the other guy was saying, in terms of why is it that you don't see positive aspect when you have a younger population? It's very simple, man. Generations, empires, they die off if you do not at least have 2.5%. You know what I mean? That you need a replacement of the population in order to basically to further go into the future. So now look at Japan. Japan, what is technologically one of the advanced countries, right? So right now there are at the point where their population is actually at a point where is the vast majority of them are old. The younger generations are not actually getting married or not even having kids at all, right? They're all into that Hello Kitty type of shit. But anyways, it's a different story. But for them to have advanced technology, they fail to keep to sustain the population. So anytime you look at any historical civilizations and empires, whether they rise and fall, it usually comes down to what is their population replenishment, right? So they don't have, in Africa right now, as empires rise and fall, Africa is in a prime position into the future where the younger generations, the fact that there's more young people in Africa, whether you of course, like, the mortality rate is higher, of course, because that's due to lack of infrastructure and things like that, right? And lack to healthcare and access and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, the fact that the African population still continue to have a younger population, that will ensure in the future that once they come out of this situation that they're in, they're going to be in a better position to actually take over. Whereas the Western world and other parts of the world are in a situation where their population is declining. So that should give you an advantage. So it's actually something you should actually be more, uh, at least be hopeful about it. Even if none of us are going to be here in the next couple of decades or century or what so, at the end of the day, it's a sign of hopeful, at least where you can look at it. But like, you know what, that is a hopeful aspect where the younger generation in the future will have an opportunity to capitalize the mistakes that was made by the older generation, and then be in a position where they can take over.
Okay, let me respond to that. No, thank you, my brother.
I need to
So
go off
you
the.
mentioned
I
something.
need to go off the.
Okay, you said that empires rise and fall. So the empire that's the empires that are growing now are in Asia, whereas China, more than 50 years back were a very poor nation, and they have built themselves to be the second biggest economy in the world. In fact, projections estimate that by the year 2030, China would be the number one economy in the world. South Korea is also improving, and Japan. So empires in Asia are getting better. Let's also not forget Middle Eastern countries like your United Arab Emirates and your Kuwait and your Qatar. they are also on the rise. Okay, so empires rise and fall, right? So it's not to say when empires rise and fall, everyone's going to have their chance to rise. It's not going to say, it doesn't mean when the European empire is falling down, then it's going to be the Asian empire that's going to grow, and then it's going to go to the Middle Eastern empire, then it's going to go to the African empire, and then it doesn't work that way, right? There have to be systems that are put in place so that by the time the opportunity arises for us to have our turn, that we can uh, take advantage of that opportunity. But if we don't have systems in place, if we are disorganized, if we if our infrastructure isn't on par with international standards, by the time that we are ready to receive our fair share of our fair share of the rising of empires, if I can put it that way, it won't happen. Empires would be crumbling and crumbling and falling, and empires would be rising. Once it gets to Asia, it'll go to Middle Eastern countries. Once it gets there, it will go back to Europe. That's how it doesn't mean that just because it doesn't make sense. Just because we have a young population and we can capitalize on it doesn't make sense. Okay, I am of the view that you need people who are experienced, people who have people who have earned their colors in particular fields. Those are the people that can advance a country, not young people coming in all the time, coming in with their ideologies, coming in, changing things all the time. We need old people, right? And somebody said that the reason why African countries have such a high mortality rate is because of the infrastructure and what, and I believe that this is what happened in South Africa, right? And South Africans don't like talking about it, but I'm going to expose it, right? There was this thing whereby Brazil was selling chicken, was dumping their chicken products on South African markets at a cheaper rate, right? And nobody was outraged about it. You know why? It's because if you went to the big retail outlets, right? If you're in the ShopRite and you Pick and Pay, you found chicken to be excessively cheaper than it was before, and nobody really complained about it, right? But nobody really considers what's the long-term impact of this chicken that we're eating. Yes, it's cheap, fine, and it tastes like the one that we grow at home. But what are the long-term impacts of this chicken, right? Some of these products that are allowed on our shelves, what are the long-term impacts of them? Okay, yes, I understand when you go to different countries, they have certain foods that they eat, but I am of the view that in countries that have a high life expectancy, that have a low mortality rate, they 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 are very particular about the kinds of food that they let into their country and they allow their people to eat. Whereas in Africa, if something is cheap, if something is affordable, they allow it to flood their markets, and they allow their people to eat this product, and they don't care about the long-term effects, the long-term effects that these products have on their people. It's governments not caring about their people, right? So that's my belief. We are fed things that are killing us, all in the name of it being affordable and cheap, and we are given we are given the scraps of countries that we put on our dinner table. It's wrong. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I need to respond to what Lozi said earlier. Early on, for me, a sellout is someone or a government that does something that's not in the best interests of their people. Sure, Ramaphosa's done all those things, which I commend him for, like the whole stance against Russia and many other things, and I applaud them for that. And it shows in many ways he's not a sellout. But here's the issue that I have, right? We're 400 years reserves of coal. That's what I hear. You, as the government, Ramaphosa, he decides to sell our coal to those people. And then what they do is that they take money from these people to shut down our coal powered stations, which have proven to us that they can give us reliable electricity. And they stopped maintaining them. So they're shutting them down, taking money from these people. And then what they're doing is focusing on renewable energy, things like solar and wind. When I speak to energy experts, they say these particular energy sources like solar and wind are not reliable. So he's deliberately, for me, sabotaging our economy. It's either one, he's deliberately sabotaging our economy, or two, he really doesn't know what he's doing, or he's just ignorant, or just trying to make a quick buck. Like something is off there. If you're doing something that's not in the best interests of your people intentionally, knowing that this could affect your country and your people negatively, that's selling out to me. That's why I call Ramaphosa a sellout. And like what Radi was saying, even though he was going on a different point, for me, importing chicken from a foreign country, right? And well, basically, they're basically dumping their chicken onto our shores, which affects our own chicken producers. Our own people lost jobs because of that. That's also selling out. They allowed that to happen. And a lot of black farmers that were emerging ended up shutting down because of that. So for me, that's selling out. Thank you.
Last Zulu, did you have something to say?
Hello, can y'all
Thank
hear
you.
me?
Oh, sorry.
Hello. Basically, I wanted to say, I think one of the guys was speaking at you when it comes to one of the things that you need for your society to actually thrive is population. But have anybody ever heard of Carol Quickly, Tragedy and Hope?
Huh?
Anybody read that book before?
Yeah.
No,
Carol Quickly, Tragedy and Hope.
no.
Okay, but basically, it basically is like the book basically is the the rise and fall of civilization throughout millennia. Basically, from the time of Egypt, they basically been collecting necessarily this information for for about millions of years. Civilization comes together, it codifies itself around around some kind of rules. Then it expands. It expands usually till it gets to like a certain size. It gets decadent, then the civilization collapses. That's usually how it goes in that order, in that step, right? Give me 1 second. Sorry.
Are you coming back soon?
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. My bad. I thought I got it off mute. I'm sorry. But Africa is set up to be the next superpower in the next couple of years because they have two things. It has cheap labor, which is what you need necessarily, especially if you want to get take over the Chinese position, which the Chinese position is manufacturing base of the world. You have a young population, so you have plenty of people necessary to do the work, and then you also do have scholars and you do have people that's there. The only question is necessarily when China goes to move its position and to go for the top position and fight the U.S. for the number one economy on the world. That will be Africa's opportunity to come up and be the manufacturing base of the world, and that is how Africa is going to necessarily change itself. Now that depends on like if the leaders actually do what they're supposed to do, get 24-hour electricity for the people and increase the the infrastructure. Once those two things are in place, Africa is literally by 2080, 2090. So most of us gonna be either dying or dead on that point. But it will actually get into a position. And some of y'all may live to see the end of it or to see the beginning of it. But that's pretty much what I wanted to say, and thank you.
No problem. So did anyone else want to go?
You want me to add to it? I can. I don't know if anyone else is interested in doing so. All right. I came across that book. It was very interesting. Yeah, there was several books that I came across before. Um, but most likely, I would say like if people want to know what's going on today and all the stuff, like watch the or at least follow up the think tanks. I don't know if a lot of people are familiar with the Heritage Foundation or the Rand corporations, or there's so like
Can you hear me?
yeah.
Yeah.
Hello? I requested to speak before you type, please.
No, go ahead.
I don't mean to disrespect you, brother.
Go ahead, man. I'll leave the floor to you.
Okay, because I might lose a train of my thought. I wanted to add to the points that Lazul was making. I think he made good points, but we need to be careful with this idea that the youth of Africa will be the next leadership of the globe after if the West falls and Asia takes over. Radi made good points about this. Just because one empire falls doesn't mean automatically another region will rise. We need to have systems in places, and we need to be careful of one thing. If we have learned anything in history, when you look at the idea of cheap labor, it's actually a capitalist system. I don't believe it's in the Asian system or it's in the best interest of China's system. China now is only exploiting cheap labor because it's responding to the current dominating system, which is a capitalism system from the global West. So if China takes over, we don't have any idea of what system they will really introduce. And the other thing is things are changing fast. There's literally technology to replace manual labor, or in many ways, technology will take over and more industries or whatever. They will rely less on human resource or human brain. So we need to also be careful of it. If anything, Africa needs to rise parallel to Asia if possible, if we can do that. And that's why I think it's important for African countries immediately now to come together and align themselves with BRICS and build a strong base now and extract all information as much as we can. But I don't think we are able to do that as of yet now, because even our leaders don't speak in same principles or terms. You've got so-called francophone countries and anglophone countries. Why are we still having these labels anyway? But you see, we need to sort that out. I don't believe in this idea that the West will fall and Asia rises, and then after Asia we are next. We need to be careful with being delusional. Things are changing fast and technology is taking over. Even Asia might not rise after the fall of the West. It might be an artificial era, an artificial intelligence era. We don't know. So yeah, that's my input.
Thanks, Lozi. And I also want to come in. There's also this argument that Africa has old leaders, and these people are old, and we need to put young people in power, and this just that whole movement. But I would like to argue that it's the young people who are the most corrupt. I would like to argue that it's the young people who are the most corrupt. Look, the reality of people who are living in the reality of people who are working in private sectors, the reality is that most of these people I'll make an example from South Africa, right? Their salaries are $1,000 US a month. Okay, their salaries are $1,000 US a month, $800 US a month. Okay, 1,500, 1,500 US a month. That's the basic salary of a person who works in a government institution. That's public salary. So if you put a young person in a management position, or if you put a young person as a CFO, right, they are more enticed to steal, so that they can appear as if they will be more enticed to steal. For instance, if there is a budget of 3 million rand, right, that's supposed to go to a certain project, what that person seeing from that 3 million rand, they're seeing if they can take out 50,000 rand or 100,000 rand, I mean, what's 50,000 rand to 3 million rand? It's nothing. So if they can take out 50 million, 50,000 rand, and purchase this or purchase that, that's because young people are more enticed to beautiful things. Young people are care about things that actually don't matter. Young people care about the appearance more, about the car that they're driving more, whereas the old people have been there, done that. That's why it's so common for old people to be wearing a suit that they were 20 years ago, right? To be driving a car that they bought 10 years ago, to still have the cell phone that they bought 5 years ago. Whereas young people always want to be new, or always want to be relevant, always, and these things cost money, right? And what happens when you run out of money? You start seeing your workplace as as a place where you can loot, so that you can maintain your lifestyle, because we young people are enticed. A lot of people that you see in social media, you ask yourself, how does this person manage to live such a lifestyle when they're working as in an office at the municipality? Some of these
Actually, I
people are
agree with
stealing.
you. Buddy, I
It's
agree
young
with you
people
100%. I agree with you
it's young
100%.
people who yeah it's young people who are the most corrupt. So I believe that there should be a balance of old and young, and the old must be put in power, but not just old. It doesn't mean just because you're old, you should be entitled to be in the top of the, no, no, because some old people behave as if they inherently should be put in a managerial position, because they cannot be working in the same level as someone who's as young as their son, or someone who's as young as
And
their daughter. That's not reason enough for you to be in the top. You should present and show your experience, what you have
buddy,
achieved since working there, your qualifications, all the certifications that you have acquired throughout the years, that would justify you being there.
and
That's what we
buddy, just to add on what you said, my brother, the most powerful countries now, the four countries, right? It's USA, UK, China, and Russia, right? They've got one thing in common. I'll exclude UK because they currently have got one of the youngest ministers in their history. Anyway, but if you look at the leadership of USA, which is the most powerful country in the world currently, it's old people above 60 years old. If you look at China, in fact, the latest governing body of China, all of them are above 60, 65. Xi Jinping is like about 64, 67, if I'm correct. All these six members, men who are behind him, who are advising him, all of them are more than 64 years old. So this idea that young people will run nations and do better, it's not true. And sometimes wisdom comes with age as well. We must not forget that. Sometimes as young people, we like to think we will do better and blah, 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 and all that. Sometimes these old people, they know a lot, and they've got so much wisdom that they see things differently to a point where we might never even understand. And if we are given power at the young age, we might actually fuck up things. So I believe in the balance, as you said. Probably young people holding maybe some level of power, but not all the ultimate power, because young people tend to be more corrupt, and they tend to search for self interest, for self benefit, than working for the people. They tend to want to have one flashy life at the cost of everyone. They tend to want to be on social media, considering today's world. But I would say the fact that the most three powerful nations and their government is all made of old people, it's really a witness to what you're saying, right?
absolutely. And so it comes back to this thing of Africa has a young population. And Africa has a young population, and we're full of energy, and the future of Africa is bright. My brother, don't fall for that. It's really, that's not good. That's not good. People love romanticizing nonsense. That is not good. There should be old people who are competent to be able to run the country, not young people all the time. Yes, if there are young people, then they have to be exceptionally competent to be able to withstand what's peer pressure, right? If you are a young person, right, and you are the chief financial officer of a company, and you're a young person, right? And you're a young person, right? And you're a young person, would you be able to handle millions of company monies? Would you be able to live in an average home and live an average lifestyle when you are in charge of millions of, millions of rands? Do you have that? Do you have that? What do you call? Do you have that willpower to allocate this money where it belongs? Do you have that? Do young people have that?
Taking that money and
That's
going
the
straight
question.
to Conga now.
All right,
Taking all that money straight to Conga now.
all right, let me interject 1 second, because for you to assume, right, and to say that somehow like the younger generations are not equipped to handle the basically the leadership role is, I would 100% agree. I wouldn't say 100%. I would at least say 80%, because if you look at the vast majority of the leaders in the African continent, when they actually took up for the liberation of the African liberation movements throughout Africa, right? They were, the vast majority of them were young. Nelson Mandela was young. Muhammad Abdullah Hassan from Somalia, they were young. You know what I mean? Our leaders in Somalia back in the day, they were all young. Like, you know what I mean? They were young. They were actually students. They were the ones who took over because they didn't like what they were seeing, right? So again, the younger generations of the continent will be the ones who will have to, take up more, because at the end of the day, the future belongs to them. So if nowadays what we're seeing is that a lot of these old geezers, right, these old African leaders, they failed for the last couple of decades to bring any about peace within the African people, right? Even within certain tribes, right? So they failed to uphold the principle, right, of like the unity. Everything we're trying to build on, the older generations have failed that, and this is the problem. Since they didn't manage to basically steer for the last couple of decades, since they didn't manage to basically help the African leadership or role, and all they were doing was just taking the money and giving to themselves, amongst themselves, or and their close ones, and letting the Western world to easily corrupt them. They themselves are the problem. So the younger generations who are not basically who are not pretty much not being bought off by any type of political parties, they are the future, because they can say that, you know what, I don't care about what political party you belong to. What I do care about is actually making sure the basic needs of the African people are met, right? So the basic needs, the government has to function for the people, not for the corporations, not for offshore, oil companies or multinational corporations that come in, where they take all the resources, and they take all, the natural resources, and everything else, and even like the labor of the workforce. And the leadership are just taking the money. The older leadership are taking the money, while the younger population and the vast majority of the people in the continent are suffering. So I would actually I would push back on the idea that, saying that we shouldn't give the younger generations, we shouldn't give them more positions in government. No, I completely disagree with that. We should actually give them more positions, because their livelihood is, what I mean, is intact. If you give somebody who's so old in a government position, they are already in the death row. They're already going to die soon. So all they care about is their pride and their false ego and all that nonsense. But if you give the younger generations more of a power in the political and governmental aspect, they're like, you know what, hey, if I got to make this right, because hey, I'm living this life, you know what I mean? Once I'm out of the office, I'm just another ordinary citizen. So therefore the policies that I pass today is going to affect me tomorrow. While the older generations, the policies that they pass might not affect them tomorrow, because they're going to die off. But that's what I have to say. I can add more to it, but I'll leave the floor to you.
Well, my brother, the same can be said for young people, whereas the policies because young people sometimes can be so short-sighted. Okay, the same can be said for young people. Whereas the policies of young people can be effective for that particular era or for that particular generation, but be completely ineffective for the future, because we young people can sometimes be can sometimes be so short-sighted that we only think that can be so short-sighted that we only think about what's in front of us, right? Without thinking 50 years into the future, without thinking even 100 years into the future. We may be concerned about what's going on right now, that we make disastrous policies that would affect our generations only for now. The same can be said for younger people. Wouldn't you say that?
All right. So you can make that point, right? And you, again, it's a valid point. I'm not disagreeing with you, but if you had the option, right, to give the which generations would you actually give them, to make them hold in power? It's most likely the younger generation. And I'll give you an example. So supposedly right now, let's just say you have a child, you have a kid and all this stuff. If you want somebody to be responsible, especially the younger generations, right? The way I was growing up is that the way I was taught was like, hey, listen, when you're young, I was treated like an adult, right? As much as I was playing around, all this stuff, but my family sometimes, Somali culture in a sense, they'll give you responsibility. They're like, hey, you know what do you want to do for business? What do you like? Start thinking now. Don't wait till later on and start making moves or business and things like that. You got to start, thinking about your future right now. And when I was forced into that aspect, I started thinking more better. Like when I started paying my own things, my own bills, and all this stuff, I actually became more mature. You know what? I'm not saying I can be naive in certain times, but at least I was given the critical aspect, to think ahead. So again, the same thing can be applied to the younger generation throughout the continent. If you don't give the younger generations any responsibility, they're not later on in the future. They're not going to be mentally or they're not going to be mentally ready for it. They're just going to be basically going to be like man childs who growing up who was just chasing women, who were just like chasing like lifestyle and party and all this stuff. Seriously, look at the vast majority of things that in Africa that they're suffering from. The vast majority of the younger generations, and I was guilty of it as well, is that all we care about is sports, all we care about is music, all we care about is the new latest trends and all that nonsense. That's just a distraction. That's what keeps the younger generations occupied in nonsense. But if you give the younger generations a responsibility where you put them in a government position, be like, hey, listen, now you're gonna, now you're in a position where you're, you're gonna be passing laws, you know what I mean, where it's gonna affect not only you in the later on in the future, but it's gonna affect your family. It's gonna affect people that then people will grow up much more mature. They're going to grow up, they're going to learn mistakes much more earlier, you know. So it's really important that I really want to emphasize that if you really want to take a chance of which generations would you want to give the political power in government, you want to give it to the younger generations. At least you want to make sure they're educated in that sense, but at least you want to make sure that they are around like the policy making. They know what's going on, the ins and outs. So when you when you pass them to the torch, like the torch, then now they're actually ready to instead of the older generation walking, now the younger generation can absolutely like run or sprint, right? So it's really I'm trying to emphasize like, if you want the younger generations, if you want a brighter future, make sure the younger generations you give them responsibility, and that responsibility, whether when they're young, you make them pay their own bills and certain things like that, they're going to learn how, oh, you know what, damn, I didn't know, rent was this expensive. I didn't know, I didn't know how good I had when everything was being paid for my parents, right? But so if you let them, if you teach the kids, the younger generations, and you give them that responsibility at an early age, when they get older and they move on and they get their own place and whatnot, they're already mentally prepared, they're ready, so it's the same thing likewise when it comes to the government aspect. You want to make sure you start pushing the kids in the direction of political government, like governance, instead of pushing nowadays into like music, sports, all this nonsense. You know what I mean? Which is at the end of the day, we all are guilty of it. But these are sports are nothing but grown men playing children's game, in all honesty. And I'm guilty of it. I still watch it and I still, love it and all this stuff. But I have to like make myself like sometimes like, you know what I mean? Like question myself, like why is it that I like this, all this stuff. But I also try to, make sure that I focus on the most important things. So if you can have a balanced life in that way, then I would agree. But give the younger generations more responsibility, and once they're in government, they will be able to succeed and run away with it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks to Nigerian Prince for the $20 donation. He's saying great show as always. Shout out to my SA brothers. So yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay, that's my brother. That's true. And in an ideal world, that's how we should be operating. But practically, the life that we're living isn't like that. All right. We have to use the things that work. Okay. And the things that work are us putting people who are competent, who have proved that they can function in those that they can function in those positions. Okay. It's based on your past performance. That's what we should be basing it on. We can't just say young people should be placed at the front, and these old people. It's not so simple. Yes, we would love for young people to be placed in critical positions, but and sometimes we do get frustrated by old people because we feel as if their policies are old or they're taking their time in implementing certain things. And all right, but also young people can be so quick that they miss what actually needs to be fixed. Do you understand? Young people can be so reckless with money spending that they end up spending money on things that actually don't matter for society or the community. Okay, so and the other thing that the other thing that people don't consider about these positions that these people are talking about. People always say that this country has the youngest president ever, and this country has young people as their ministers. These positions aren't the kinds of jobs that we work at. I go to work after coming back home from work. I go to my place and I sleep, and I wake up the following day and I eat breakfast, and and then and later during the day I go to work. It's that simple. But positions like being a minister and being a president and being the head of operations for young people, it's a whole new different ball game. You always working. You have to work in a team. You're always fighting the media. There's always a threat on your life and your family. There's always pressure. There's always someone who's trying to bribe you. You understand? So we need people who can handle that kind of pressure. You can't just give it to some random person because Africa is a young nation, and no, that's not reason enough to put someone in important positions. Okay, and if it was a young person, we need to critically assess how they functioned in their previous position or in the current position that they are, right? If they were good in that position, yes, maybe they can level up. But the only way that we can take Africa forward is through competence. What's pulling Africans back is nepotism, and people are actually paying for jobs, and people who don't have the skill or people who aren't qualified are put in positions. It's a disaster. That's why I feel like we aren't moving. We need to put people, and also it's we African people sometimes lack professionalism at work. People aren't reprimanded. I'm in Asia right now. People know their place. Literally, people know their place. People do their job. You understand? In African countries, it's like friends are being hired, and you can see it. In how they conduct themselves at work. Go to a municipality right now, and you will see it as soon as you enter. As soon as you pass security and you go in, so you can see it. These people are friends, and everything is just so unprofessional. Do you understand? That's the problem with Africa. It's not us about putting young people at the front. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we have a new panelist. He can go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, you guys, every single one of you made some amazing points today. Like, normally, the same people that I see in these panels, there's always like yelling match, right? Everybody's like trying to get their point through, fighting and all that. But it was nice to be able to hear people without, you know, people arguing, fighting, and all that stuff. But anyway, the point that I wanted to add was that people are saying age, you know, because some of these leaders are old, is part of why things aren't going well, and that the young people should be the one to take over. And to me, I'm kind of like thinking, well, what does what does loving yourself and loving your country and wanting your people to progress have to do with age, right? It's like, when does someone actually gets to choose when they love something? You love it because you love it. There's a reason why you love it. Now, the reason why I say that is because, in my opinion, these African leaders don't love themselves. They don't compare themselves to the outside world to say, hey, wait a minute, why am I doing shit and they're doing better? Why shouldn't I try to fix? Why shouldn't I learn? Right? Um, and we have seen time and time again where they seem to show they're not making any effort to learn. For example, rather than having their own people, students, build a bridge, they'll go and hire a foreigner. It's not about building the best bridge, it's about learning. You build it, it might not be great, but then I'm telling you, the third time you build it, you're gonna perfect it. If you might build a train, it might not be the best, but the next time you build it, you're gonna learn. But in Africa, it seems to always default to, we don't have the ability or knowledge or capability. And it's a cycle that just keeps going on and on. And the question is, when is it going to stop? When is it going to stop? So, for when people say it's the old people are holding continent back, or the young people are the future, yeah, they are the future. But at the end of the day, um, it's only going to take someone, a revolutionary who loves themselves, loves their country, sees that their country needs to progress and do it. And it's not going to be about their age, right? And that's what I think. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Sankara was relatively young.
Can I just that was a great point. I was just going to say, no, that's a valid point, right? And but and again, African American, you just said it right now. If any of us go back and look at the leaders that we had in African and all over the African continent, right? If you look at the leaders, at what age did they begin to fight, for their people? They were very young, you know. So that's really important as to why you should give the younger generations more responsibility. As far as, like, and the other point he made, which is a really great point, is that when it comes down to building the infrastructure aspect of it, if any country wants to make a business deal with, Europe, China, and I don't know why I try to sound like Trump when I say China, but China, all right. But when you're trying to make business with those companies or those countries, that in China, the companies are actually owned by the government. But when you're trying to make business deals with them, I think there should be a clause, right? Within the contract, because again, I really sometimes I'm tired of, like, seeing these old government, politicians. They don't read. These companies, these like foreign companies are taking advantage of these our leaders, because our leaders are old enough. I don't think they're well versed in reading the actual paperwork and all this stuff. And probably the lawyers that they hire from the West are probably in on it in order to shortcut our shorten like, try to play the African, like, within the deals. But the point I'm trying to make is that there should be a clause within every contract when it comes to any type of infrastructure in a in a country, whereas the vast people who are, before the foreign company tried to basically build anything, they should first train the African people, right, within that respective country. Be like, you know what? No deal is going to move forward. We want you to go train our people. You know what I mean? We're not going to have you guys to become managers or like any senior type of official, or whatnot. We want you to train the people that we have so they have the working skills. And once they come back within a year or two, or even less than that, once they actually make that happen, then the ones who are actually building it are the ones who learn how the infrastructure works, what is needed. And guess who's going to be doing that? It's not going to be the old people that's going to be in the construction. It's going to be, again, it's going to be the younger generations, right? They're going to be they're the one that's going to know the technical, the technical know-how, right? So they're the one, the younger generations are always going to be the backbone of every civilization, right? The women are, but as well as the men, right? So the younger generations, men and women, they're going to have to learn the technical know-how, but the government officials have to always prioritize the people to make sure that any contract that comes to the government, to the country, whether it's infrastructure or anything else, it has to be a contract in it that says like, hey, listen, first, you're going to train the people who are going to build all this stuff is going to be our people. So you're going to train them first, and once you train them, then what do you call that? Then the deal can be actually established further. But there has to be benchmarks along the way. Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make.
Can I go after him, African Millennium? Can I come now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Brother, I think before you type, you make good points, brother. I think you actually make good points with Radi as well. But I think we're missing one thing. I think it's all about growing in politics. You see, what I've seen is that with all these old leaders in most nations, looking at powerful nations, they have been in politics or somehow in serving for the government, the interest of the government and people, even if it was not directly in politics. Some of them were in the intelligence or just serving something. Where if you come in Africa, the current generation is commonly they have been in the liberation movement and all those kind of things. I think what we need people with experience. Sorry, it's one thing to get people with knowledge, skills, whatever, information, all that. You can get anyone with those things. You can apply those things anyway. But to get people in power who will implement proper systems, know how to organize people, knowing how to stand for the agenda, for the interest of the sovereign nation and their people, that comes with a whole different experience. It's as if you must go through something for years and years to really grow in it and stand up and rise to that power and really like your action, like you don't just preach, you live the action. If you look at the history of Xi Jinping or people like Putin, they didn't just rise up and become the president out of nowhere. And most of these people, they became president, the leaders, when they were quite old, about 50 years old. So I think it's too risky to take youthful people who are ambitious, of course, to the highest ranking position in any nation. Also, they have much potential. Also, they tend to care more about the future. It's just that sometimes the decisions you make when you're young, they not compare to when you get old. Like for example, in South Africa, very controversial figure. He sometimes says things that can appeal to one group and not to the other. I don't regard him as a leader. I regard him as an influencer. Yeah, if he becomes a leader, he's not yet a leader. Maybe he might grow in it and understand what it is to be a leader and take the leadership role. Now imagine if a guy like Malema, who's far extreme was to be a president tomorrow, who can just say anything out of nowhere, anytime, and create chaos, and he's still young. He's that type of a young person you guys are talking about. This is the guy we cannot risk as a nation to put him into power. And there's so many malemas in many countries where they are controversial. They are appealing to certain group or even to young people. I think I think you and Radi actually agree. You are looking for competent people regardless of the age. But sometimes it happens that age comes with wisdom and experience, and that's why most leaders of many nations that are powerful, they tend to be in the leadership role as they were when they old. I guess it's because of experience.
Yeah, that's what happened with I believe Museveni. I know that happened with Paul. He used to be part of the army, and so many of these, I guess, colonial presidents, that's how they became presidents. They had to prove themselves in the military and then were appointed presidents. I think that model is dying. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but I mean, I understand why you would want someone who has military powers to be a president, and those people tend to be older. It just is what it is. Like, I don't
Yeah,
think Africans will respect somebody who's in their 30s running for, or even 35 running for presidency. That doesn't even happen in America.
I agree, 100%. But as you said, African millennial, it's dying, and maybe think before you type is ahead of time. You can see that the coming generation will be led by young people. We know we don't need liberation movements or liberation people anymore. We just need competent people. But now the question is, how do you tell a competent people? I guess we just have to read the policies they put or present.
That's a good point. I'll be honest with you, I've never done that. So
I mean, so yeah,
at all.
it's a valid point. Do you want to?
African millennial, I'm out.
I was going to
Guys.
say, Jose,
I'm
can you
out.
elaborate more on it? Can you elaborate more on it? Just, I want to see, like, if you can elaborate more on it, because that's a valid point as well.
Should I elaborate on in terms of the policies?
Yeah, I mean, for example, like, I know I said it on my end, but you also have the same concept, but I wanted to see if you have a different perspective,
Okay.
you know.
What I'm saying is that a leader, the thing is, a leader doesn't need to have a special skill other than being on a leadership role and being able to take decisions. You don't need a leader who's good in computer engineering or civil engineer or the best doctor. You don't need a leader who's good in any specific field. You just need a leader who can organize a nation and lead and give people hope. When you have a character like that, anybody among the individuals in the sovereign nation can rise and perform at their fullest as long as they've got a leader who gives them hope. Now, the question is, how do you judge such a person of like such charisma? I mean, what was so special about Mandela other than the fact that he was bold enough than many and he stood out and he took the leadership role? When there were comrades who were sent to jail, like even maybe more than him, they never rose to become like him. There is no special skill that Mandela had, not that I know of. So it's like you don't need to have any acquired skill to be a leader other than being able to appeal to people, understand the agenda, and literally carry the cross, carry whatever the agenda that is set for that period or whatever for the coming generations and all that. And you just need to give people hope, recruit them, then anybody among the people who follow you will they in their individual rights and powers and intelligence, they will follow you and they will do the job. So that's why it works better for older people because they tend to have wisdom and even their social skills are just way better. I don't believe in this idea that young people will bring change because to be a leader, there's no, you just need to have a vision. There's no skill that you're required to have other than having a vision, convincing people that you are their hope. And then your population will do the job. Whether you're old or young, as long as you got that wisdom and vision and you are willing to be the first to carry the burden, you can lead it. I mean, look at Putin. Putin is not on the ground in Ukraine, holding a gun and fighting. But the guys who are there at the front defending, they there because they know they've got a proper leader back at home. He's behind them, and they fighting in his spirit. So that's what we need as Africans. We literally need someone who can give the whole consent. I mean, we had icons. We had Kwame Nkrumah, we had Thomas Sankara, name all these guys. But they were at the national level. So what we need now is one leader who will carry the cross for Africa. And that's when you will see things starting to make sense and things will emerge. Someone who will come and take a step beyond what we have seen with Kwame Nkrumah, who was at the front with Pan-Africanism. We need someone who can literally be the leader of Africa. Then you will see that even the poorest country as Africa can rise from any point. So I don't think that person needs to be young. I don't even think people will follow a young person. I don't think we are the current social structures. I don't think we are engineered to even believe in young people, and that on its own it's a problem because even young people they can ambition.
We're not. In African countries, you can still be 40 and considered a youth. They don't respect young people like that.
But yeah, I was just gonna say, like, even right now, when you brought up Putin, right? Do people know exactly what age? When he got into government, in the agency, is when he was actually young, right? The KGB, they trained him when he was young, so it wasn't like he was old and all this stuff. So, honesty, the point I'm trying to make is that the West and other civilizations and I would say other countries, they're heavily investing with the young generations by giving them more responsibility. In their own governmental aspect of it, they're pushing it, right? So they know there's a benefit to it. But here's where the sometimes, and I think maybe maybe this is where some people will like further understand. I'll try to elaborate. So in one aspect, right here in the West, a lot of times, and I would say also in China and other in other parts in Russia as well. When, for example, the CIA, right? A lot of the intelligence community, they hired the young, right? They have older ones, right? But they try to hire young, especially sometimes in the CIA. There's a lot of females. Now, not a lot of people know this, but that's a different story. But a lot of this intelligence, they hire the young. So one of the reasons they do so is because they want to get them in. They want to get them in early, so they know the technical know-how. So later on, they're they have so much responsibility and they do so many insane shit that they are able to venture off by themselves without without anybody holding their hand, right? And in the process, they'll use that same method that they end up learning, right, within the agencies in government that they represent, and they end up usurping the government itself and they take over. That's how Vladimir Putin was able to capture Russia, right? He was a KGB spy and all this stuff, and he was smart enough, got into a mayor, became, went into the St. Petersburg, in Russia, became a mayor of it, and just kept on going. And he knew what he was doing. He had a plan on it, but he was young. Right now, if you look at in the African continent, a lot of the older generations are not given that same opportunity to the young, where they're bringing them in, be like, hey, listen, We want you to be in government, but also we want you to be the policy makers, right? And that is where the problem comes. Though in the West, in other parts of the world, they're including the young into their fold, right? And they're bringing in the young. They're like, hey, listen, don't worry about this, stupid games. You know what I mean? Don't worry about music and all this stuff. That's for the people. That's for us to control black and brown people. Well, I'm not going to be conspiratorial, but a lot of entertainment industry is heavily involved by people of color. I'll be honest with you. A lot of the white people are the ones who are managing. They're the one who's running it. They're the one who's in distribution centers and all this stuff, right? The vast majority of black and brown people, they're all into anything that's kind of like short satisfaction, right? Who's the coolest, what trend to follow. That's the only time, and that's the things that we're wasting so much of our time and energy. However, in the West, they're taking some of the young in the East as well, and they're putting them in governmental positions, and they're like start learning how to do the technical know-how, learn how to manipulate these people. This is what we do in propaganda. This is how we control these, certain sectors of regions or industries or whatnot. They learn all kinds of stuff within by the West, by bringing the young into their fold. Africans, unfortunately, the older generations are just so caught up in the corruption, where all they care about is just making money. They care about who's which government multinational corporation is giving me the most money, and I'll just sell my own people. And the last part I want to say is that when people talk about which African country and all this stuff, a lot of times what you will find out and what you will see is that Africa is not underdeveloped, but Africa is actually overexploited. A lot of the natural resources is actually the raw materials. Everything that is the richness of Africa is being taken, right? It's being overexploited. The exploitation is there. Because of the exploitations, you have underdevelopment. And this is the thing that people also understand. But when you watch the media and all this stuff, they make you think that, oh, Africa is underdevelopment. It's underdeveloped because of what these people are. They're not going to tell you it's underdeveloped because of the over exploitation that's happening, because the people and the government have no control of the natural resources. It belongs to a foreign country or foreign government.
Look, before thank you, time, right? Look, you make a good point. I see you believe in the youth. I believe in the youth as well. But I think there's just the best place we can use the youth at. There's places for everything. I'll give you typical examples. Alexander the Great was young when he went to conquer almost half of Asia and the northern African. And he died young. Shaka Zulu as well was young when he almost conquered the southern region, and he died young. Hitler was young as well when he became a leader and almost started a war that costed millions of people. Idi Amin was young as well, and many leaders who came to power when they were young and they had ambition and they did what they did. Some of them actually, if you look at it, it was for a good cause. But young people sometimes they have a habit of miscalculating their steps, right? Even if just because you're fighting for a right cause doesn't mean you have to miscalculate the steps that you're taking. Most wars that were waged in history, like outrageous war, like wars that cannot be justified, most of the times the leadership was young. So I literally believe in age and wisdom sometimes, especially when the condition of Africa now and what we up against. We cannot afford 12 countries of young people who are far extreme and who will cost us to go to a great war that is like suicide, to go to a war that you're going to lose. We need leaders who can be very extra careful. And sometimes it just happens that it's old guys who tend to make sense. Even sometimes when we call them corrupt, we literally not inside. Sometimes we don't understand the language, we don't understand the power, we don't understand who's really in charge, But I have this feeling that young people tend to not really be able to internalize power. They tend to miscalculate steps. It's as if like young people are good in certain areas where you coordinate them and all that. They are productive, But the leadership role to carry a nation, that's the next step. That's the next level where you cannot just hand such power to everybody. I hope I make sense. I'm not saying young people don't have potential.
No, you
I'm
do.
just saying,
No, you do make sense. You do make sense, my brother. But
Can I
here's
just
also
add
the other.
something?
Okay.
Can I just quickly add something?
Can I go after you?
Yeah,
I'll go after you.
Yeah, thanks, man. I
I'll
appreciate
have to
it.
go after him.
Yeah, the I agree with what you guys say about the old people, but when it comes to comparing the old people in Africa to, let's say, Western, like countries like America, Britain, all those other countries, the one thing we have to remember is their forefathers were able to sit down and write rules of how the countries can operate or must operate. And they also had
Yes.
backup
Yes.
systems to make sure that
Thank
those
you.
things don't go out of order. So, for example,
Thank
Donald
you.
Trump
So the
could
current
not
ones in power have reference. Thank you.
Yeah. So Donald Trump, I remember he was saying something like if he lost the election, he wouldn't step down. But the problem is America has systems in place to make sure they get rid of him, right? So as much as, let's say, somebody might not want to follow what the election result says, they have no choice because their forefathers made it backup plans to say, okay, if this happens, this is what will happen. But the problem in Africa is that when our forefathers gained independence and power, I'm not 100% sure, but maybe some of you guys might know, but I don't think they did all those things. And even if they did, it was in reference to Western ideas and ideologies, philosophies, way of doing things. And it just wasn't
Yes.
planned out properly, right? And this
Yes.
is why we have this consistent, they don't have a backup in case that one leader goes out of control.
Yes.
So, like, for example, we have in Uganda, we have, what's his name? Museveni, I think.
Museveni.
Exactly.
Yes. Museveni.
He comes in power. He can do whatever he wants. There's no backup system to make sure he steps down. So
No.
as much as we want to give so much credit to these old people, we can't fully compare. We can't fully say, oh, the old people are operating better here than here because the system were not brought in place the same way. Yeah, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Yes, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. No, Lozi, wait, Lozi, wait. No, Lozi, wait.
I'm going off Friday.
My brother. Yes, my brother, that's a very, very good point. Museveni, how many times has Museveni changed the constitution of the country? And no one even lifted a finger in Uganda. Huh? Robert Mugabe, how many times has Robert Mugabe changed the constitution? It's so petty. There was a president of I think it's Museveni. No. It's the president of Cameroon, right? He claimed, well, the constitution of that country claimed that people over the age of 75 or over the age of 80 cannot hold the seat of the president. And then he came out and said that he doesn't know his birth date and that he doesn't even know the year that he was born, and that actually he was born 5 years before that cutoff date. So that makes him eligible to run for presidency again. And nobody stood up. There was no riots. There was no burning. There's everything went on as usual. And then the elections were held, and then he won by a landslide victory. And nobody even lifted their fingers. What do you call that? What is that? Huh? What is that? Why are we allowing such people? Why are we allowing our systems to be undermined at will? We so-called African people, we so-called proud and beautiful African people, why are we allowing these people to do as they please? I think this is what, and I'm sorry for saying this, but I think this is what makes South Africa better than other African countries. In South Africa, you dare fuck with our constitution, you will feel us. You will feel us. You don't mess around with the constitution in South Africa. I think that's the reason why Mbeki was also kicked out. He wanted to Mbeki. People always praise Mbeki. Nobody's saying what he actually wanted to do. Mbeki wanted to change the constitution so that he can stand for a third term. That's why he was kicked out. So it's I think it all has to do with systems. If you respect and honor your systems, then every other thing should be everything. Then I think we headed for the person in the right direction.
Right.
It's all about the systems. If you can undermine the system at the highest level, at the presidential level, which means all other systems that are put in place are basically useless. You can murder someone and change the system and say murder is now acceptable in a certain African country. That's what you could do.
But
Thank you.
wait until
Wait,
we
hold
remove
on.
ANC
You
because we
skipping.
don't know. I just wanted to say that, Joseph.
Rose,
I
you're
just wanted
skipping.
to add that because we're not specialists
Okay.
South Africans. We don't know what ANC will do the day they lose power. So let's just be careful, guys.
Okay.
That's all, Joseph. You
Okay.
can
Look.
go ahead, Joseph.
All right. Look, I think for me, from what I'm getting from think before you type, is that I think he's saying that there should be some sort of system, like a grooming of leaders, and then a lot of African countries don't groom their leaders. I mean, you look at China, you look at Xi Jinping, for example. He first
Exactly.
had to start out. He first had to start out as a mayor somewhere in some small little town, of course, and then rise up into like a leader of a province. And then in each of these steps, he had to prove that he could govern as a mayor or some sort of leader of a province before he could become the president. And I think for me, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting from Think Before You Type. It's the grooming of leaders, bringing in young people, and many African countries don't have that. And I think that's a
Yeah.
really good point that you're making. So yeah,
Yeah, no, seriously, that was my entire point, was that is to emphasize. In fact, let's just say if you're not in a position to groom, right? Naturally, the younger generations will become leaders, as we have seen before, where Nelson Mandela, Syed Muhammad Abdullah Hassan, Somalia, and South Africa, and all these countries, right? And throughout Africa, you had leaders who stood up and fought against colonialism, right? And when they started doing so, they actually did it without they actually did it, you know what I mean, without any approval from the elders. They just took up the action, the mantle for themselves. So since that is a historical fact and record, now, since there are at least some governmental structures somewhat in place in Africa, the African leaders should start, and you use the correct term, right? Even though it's nowadays is a slander word, but yeah, you got to start grooming the younger generations into the political office, where you start training them to become the future leaders, right? The Ottoman Empire. If I don't know if everybody studies the historical nature of the Ottoman Empire, a lot of times what they used to do was they used to groom the younger generations, right? The Muhammad II, right? He was taught when he was young, like read not only just the basics, of education, but he was taught how to become a tactician, right? And now in the African, a lot of the countries here, we don't see a lot of tacticians in the African countries. All we see is just a bunch of warlords, right? We just see a bunch of people trying to fight over here and there, but they cannot see, they don't have a foresight. You gotta you gotta look like a couple of decades ahead, right? Right now, when I look at some stocks and I look at the Goldman Sachs and all these things, and I can't stand them, but sometimes I have to like force myself to read what their reports. They're talking about writing about the future, right? Like in a couple of decades, are certain things that are they're trying to foresee, right? And they're trying to say like, necessarily it's not going to happen, but they're trying to push everything into the direction that they want, and they slowly trying to buy politicians. They do this and that, and that's how they acquire more power, and next thing you know, they have all the wealth and the power and the resources. So the African leaders at least should be in a position where, if they're old, they should share whatever knowledge they have, but at the same time they should build a fertile ground for the younger generations, where they are trained, where they learn not just not just education, but also you know thinking more of a like policy making schemes. So, but you said it really well, man. That was the whole point I was trying to get at, and I really want to emphasize that.
Do you know what Museveni said when he was asked by the Western journalist? They asked him when is he gonna leave the the government, when is he gonna leave the president of Uganda? He said you will never see an employee chases his experienced employer. I mean, is it employer? Okay, anyway, English. But he said at this point he's the president of Uganda by experience. You know, he said he's not gonna leave because he's the most experienced president in Africa. And it's true, he's been on that seat for how long? So it makes sense because he says he's supposed to not go anytime soon because his experience, he's been on that chair for too long, so he knows how to
Yeah.
lead. African millennials and everybody on the panel, I'm out, guys.
Yeah, before I go, I have to say
Peace.
this.
Okay.
Before I go, I have to say this. Look, I think to add on to what I think before you type was saying is that other parts of the world, they groom their leaders to be the best and their future leaders to lead their country. So they have an idea of what kind of leaders they want to lead their country. While African leaders, well, African people and systems generally want someone, how do I put this? Want someone to be sent to them. Like some great leader's going to show up from nowhere and save them. I think that's problematic. So that's something that people need to like really look into. Like what kind of leaders does the continent want? Each country, what kind of people do you want to lead your country? So yeah, peace. Bye.
Okay.
Peace.
I would like to say that.
Whoa, you have background noise.
Okay, can I talk?
You have background noise.
I'm walking outside. That's why. Is it distracting?
Yeah, it's like staticky.
Oh,
There's a static. Whenever you talk, there's a static.
does it sound better now?
It's still the same.
Okay.
Does it sound better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, can I go?
Yep.
Okay. I believe that like I said before, but Lozi gave a good rebuttal, but I forgot what he said, but I'm going to come back to that point, that we have everything we need. We Africans have everything we need, right? Including the systems that we're complaining about. We have those systems, right? But what's the point of having a system that people aren't going to abide by? What's the point? If your constitution says you should be a president for a certain amount of time and beyond that period you can't, and then somebody says, hey, I want to stand for a sixth term at the age of 99 for a 5-year period, and nobody's saying anything, what's the use for having those systems in the first place? Okay, so we have those systems. So the reason why I'm saying this is I believe in having an effective system, but not only our systems are effective. I believe in when we have people who believe, like a lot of people claim that, yes, I'm a proud Ghanaian and I'm a proud Senegalese and I'm a proud Ugandan. If you are a proud Ugandan, then you should be able to you should be able to be willing to die for the constitution of your country, so that nobody comes and does as they wish. And even if you groom a young person into being the kind of leader that you want, right? People change. You can be good and become bad. You can be bad and become good. And even if you groom and guide this person with the right principles and everything that was discussed by this panel to be the ideal, perfect person that you want them to be, this person may turn out to be the most corrupt individual in this country's history. Look at all the dictators of these African countries, right? When they came in, they were touted and praised as the savior. When they stood on podiums, they spoke about freedom and they said all kinds of things that captured everyone's hearts, and that we Africans should be sustainable and independent from any Western influence, and we Africans are kings and queens, and But as time went on, these people started killing. They started putting their family members in government positions. They started extorting and bribing and sending their hitmans to kill their political opponents. But in the beginning, they were good. As time went on, they became bad. So investing in human potential, yes, it's good. But I think we need to invest more in our systems. We need to take our systems more seriously so that when this person becomes bad and he does something that's against the very same system that's placed there and he does something that's against that, there should be entities, government entities that will hold that person accountable. If he did something bad, there should be an anti corruption unit that will arrest him while he's the president of the country in his office. They should have, they should dare to do that. Whether he's the president or he's the most respected person in the country or the most famous person in the country, whatever 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 position he holds or whatever reverence he has in society, he must be able to bow down to the systems. So the systems, to me, in my opinion, are more important than human potential. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. There's a lack of systems. Looking at Uganda and how Museveni has been president for so long, and then you ask Ugandans, and they're like, he changed the constitution. And it doesn't make sense how an individual can change a constitution. I also agree with Josie Gold points that, well, I guess it's Josie Gold and Think Before You Types point that you can groom a leader, and I don't think that has been done. In certain African countries, somebody is a leader because they come from a popular tribe or something like that. It's nothing to do with competence. So yeah, there definitely should be more training, policy, legislation, courses, and things like that. And there should be tests that are ran before you actually become a leader. So I agree with that.
African millennial, if you want me to add to that, I right now, to be honest with you, I might not confirm it, but but if I had to use logic and reason, I would say that at least the last couple of decades, there have been at least African leaders who were in a position where they were trying, they were at least in a position where they were trying to help their people, but the Western world do have death squads. They do send out their CIAs. You know what I mean? So if they're not gonna assassinate you, they're going to try to assassinate you physically in your own country by killing you, as they have done with so many leaders here in America as well. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, you can name the list, right? Fred Hampton, right? A lot of things that I've read throughout the years is that they will go after and try to kill anybody who try to stands up to this system, like, right, like the world order, at least the system that they have right now. And if they can't do that to you, what's the second thing they'll try to do? They'll use another assassination, but it's called a character assassination, right? Where they'll basically try to assassinate your character, try to make you look bad in front of your people and all this stuff, right? So whatever it is, sometimes they'll send some woman in and all this stuff. So I do believe that there were leaders. I think there's leaders born every day. You know what I mean? Because nobody that deals in extreme situations, there's always going to be leaders that are born. Unfortunately, some of them don't make it, and the ones who actually do make it, and when they are being noticed, they're either assassinated or their character, they're assassinated through character assassination. That's being done to them. But yeah, that I just for me, that the way I view it is that the African leaders themselves right now should really be in a position where they protect the young. If you protect the younger generations, you'll be able to sustain, make sure, like, your tribe or your country, whatever empire, whatever you want to call it, you're going to give them a chance where they succeed into the future. And whoever does that they're going to have something that's better than money, gold, anything you can name. They're going to have something better. And you know what that is? In all honesty, that is your name will live forever, right? If you look at the greatest people, if you can ever think about, their names have lived on, even as it's been thousands of years. And I'm not just talking about the prophets, I'm just talking about certain individuals, right? If you really are a leader in the position of a leader, and you're able to cultivate and protect the young and educate them and give them all the necessary tools where they are able to, take go into the future. The second thing they'll take to the future is your name. Just like all of us, we all carry our father's name. Anybody who does anything great, the first thing people want to know is his lineage. Where is he from, right? So it's a very investment. So even people who might not be on the field, or might be on the fence and doesn't know like which way to look at it, I would say like even if you are in it for selfish reasons, and you are in a governmental position of power, it would be your best interest to make sure you protect the younger generations, give them all the necessary tools, educations, give them the basic needs that they have, so when they go into the future, they're going to take your name with you, and you're going to be, obviously, you know what I mean, like you'll be well known, let's just say that.
Okay, can I chip in?
Yep.
My brother, this Western powers and the quote unquote global powers have a stronghold on Africa. And one of the tactics that they used are the one that you've just mentioned of character assassination, right? But why does character assassination work in Africa? You know why? It's because most, if not 99.9% of African leaders have skeletons behind their closet. So that's the reason why they are holding these African leaders by their necks. That's the reason why these African leaders, as soon as they get to power, they bend down to the rules of the colonial masters. It's because they have them by the vests, right?
Yeah.
If you know that you didn't do anything wrong, if you know that you have been clean all the time and everything that you've acquired has been acquired through your basic principles like due diligence, hard work, or all of that, then if somebody, hello,
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
Then if somebody
you make the great points, but go ahead, bro.
if somebody tries and attacks your character, then they have to provide evidence. Okay. If somebody says that, hey, if you don't do what we want you to do, we are going to expose you, and what you've done can land you in jail, and they could take everything you've ever worked for. Okay, so they are going to bend down to the rules of the West. Okay, if we had clean leaders, then our leaders should be able to say, no, I'm not going to do that. That's not to the benefit of my people. Why should we transport our minerals to your country to be refined? Why? Okay, let's have a partnership. Why don't you build your refinery and everything here and employ our people, because our people have the engineering qualifications, and if our people don't have the skills to do this work or job, why don't you train them? Why do our resources have to go to your country for what? Okay, so our leaders, I believe, have deals, and they the problem isn't with African people. The problem is with our leaders. There's something is cooking. These people are working with the Western powers. That's what I
Wait.
truly believe.
Wait, you're
Okay,
saying
sorry.
the problem isn't with African leaders, the problem isn't with the people, it's with African leaders?
Yes, it's with those who are entrusted.
I don't know well, I guess it depends on the country. Because if you look at a country, the number one corrupt country in Africa, which shall not be named, all of them, well, okay, let me not say all of them. Most of them seem to be corrupt themselves. So, what do you mean?
Okay. Okay. Now that you put it that way, yes. Okay. Well. Then I
I
guess
think it's both people. I think it's the people and the government. Like they're just not coordinating because when usually when you see people who are very upset about the way their country has been run, like they literally let the government, um, they run the government out of power. Literally, for example, Sri Lanka. Like, did you see how they ran that government out?
Yeah, the
They
French.
did an
Like
amazing job.
exactly. But what I notice about African countries is that the people don't seem to have that kind of energy. It is so weird. I mean, look at the Arab Spring, right? Like they know that they'll get shot, but the problem is the soldiers know that there's just too many for them to just start shooting sometimes, right? So, of course, sometimes they could get shot, but when people are like that, you know that they're so determined, they're not going to stop, right? So, but when you look at the other African countries that are suffering, if they came out in those numbers and just are very determined to take their country, I think they will be running these foreign entities that are infiltrating the countries. Because I mean, like, if the majority of the people are for the government, how are you going to infiltrate them? It becomes too difficult because you have been exposed. So I would say that it's both. It's the people, and then there's the people in power who are just like kind of the people don't care, and the government's like, oh, okay, then I can do what I want. So yeah, I partially agree with you. There's two, and that's all I gotta say. Sorry for interrupting you guys.
No, no, that
okay.
was
No. It's fine. But I think the example of Sri Lanka is a bad example because the people of Sri Lanka literally didn't have any other alternative choice. Their food reserves, food supplies were gone. Wasn't any more electricity in the country. The value of the currency was basically plummeting and literally had no value. Everywhere they looked, nothing was working, and they were left with no choice but to revolt against the government. Okay, so that's a bad example. But I'm talking about a country where the people have everything, but still they aren't willing to settle for for poor leadership. I'm talking about that country. I'm talking about the Arab Spring. You made a good example. For instance, in Egypt, look at Egypt now. Egypt, Egypt before the revolution were okay. They were fine. They had everything, but still they revolted against their government because they revolted against the government because they did not feel that they were doing enough, and they did not feel that they did things that they put them in power for, and so they revolted. Look at Egypt now, right? And if the Arab Spring did not happen, if that president finished his term and then another one came in, the poor, the poor government of Egypt would have been the same. But because of the Arab Spring, the people in power, they know that they have to be on their toes. They know that they should expect more from the people who they work with. Their ministers, they know. They don't even have to say it. You fuck up once you're out. They don't even have to issue out too many warnings. They know. They know what they're supposed to do. You know, if we can put our leaders on, in their toes like that, I think things will be better.
I mean, I see the point you're making, right? And have you guys actually are you guys were aware of like the five who were convicted of Madagascar the coup plot, the plot that was was basically the French was behind it, right? There was two French, you know what I mean? There was a coup attempt in Madagascar like last year, right? Five people arrested, two of them was they were French, and
Oh, yeah.
they
That was
only
last year, right?
that was last year, yeah. It was just recently, to be honest with you. I know time flies, but this was just recently, right? And those guys only end up getting 20 years in prison, even though they were proven that they were trying to overthrow the government. But at the same time, you find out like what is going on, man. Even the people should not only rise up, but the government is not even the government that was being overthrown. They're not even giving the death penalty to these foreigners, the Western world, who are coming into their own country and trying to overthrow their leader. That's insane. And all they're doing is just giving them like 20 years here, and the people are are, and this is the reason why these type of governments fall, because at the end of the day they're more reliant onto the governments that's trying to overthrow them, right? The same thing the United States tried to do the same thing with Venezuela a couple of years ago again, right? Where those, like, a couple of whatever death squads, whatever they try to send from Miami, Florida to Venezuela, but they were apprehended, they were caught. You know what I mean? And what's his name? John Bolton, who's a freaking war hawk. He basically tried to brag about when he was asked on an actual interview, and I was surprised even CNN even tried to air this. Right? I don't watch that garbage anymore. But when he was asked about coup attempt and all this stuff, he tried to say like, oh, it happens, but and then when he was pushed to be like, hey, okay, do we still do this right now? You know what I mean? And this is the whole point of with Julian Assange that was going on. So America and the West itself, they're literally is still trying to interfere in the political and social affairs of the African continent, but not just the African continent, but also throughout the rest of the world. The people that they cannot control, they're going to try to go in and assassinate them. And if they cannot assassinate them, they're going to try to assassinate their character, right? One of the issues that we have, and I'm Somali, right? So one of the issues we have in Somalia is that a lot of the corruptions that we see, is basically because of America and the West are always trying to support warlords, and they're trying to turn them into a statesman. And the vast majority of people are like, yo, we don't want these people. They're already warlords. They're trying to they're the one who were destroying the country. But the United States is trying to support the transitional government and all this stuff, right? But they're all consist of like a bunch of warlords. And the people are like, we don't want no, we know that you're trying to bring in this terrorism into our shores. We know you're trying to bring these warlords, and you know what I mean, this internal basically they're trying to always create an internal conflict within the people, in like the old saying, right, divide and conquer tactic. So they're always trying to do that, within, if it's not in Somalia, they're going to try to do it in another place. So me personally, I know sometimes I study their playbook, I watch their foreign policy affairs, sometimes they openly admitted what they're going to do next, and a couple of years later it happens, right? The ISIS thing that everybody right now is so like going crazy about. I used to tell them, I'm like, why is everybody like right now so shocked ISIS came about? It's like, if you look at the Operation Timber Sycamore, right? Google that right now. Anybody who wants to interested how ISIS was created by the United States, just look up Timber Sycamore, right? And it was a CIA funded operation in Jordan where they were training death squads, right? And so they can go into Syria, with the fake revolution, so in order to overthrow the Syrian government, right? Just because Israel didn't like them, and the same thing was happening, and the Saudi was siding with the United States, right? And they actually said that we're going to fund the entire operation openly. This is all like right now is on the record. So, and then that's how ISIS came about. But people are like, oh no, it's Muslims, it's Islam. They have no idea what these operations and how these tactics are being used in the Muslim world, but as well as in the African continent, where they'll support like certain leaders who they know would only approve the Exxon Mobil transactions, contracts. They're going to support certain candidates who they favor because they know they're going to allow them to rob the country, right? And that is right now, in all honesty, that's what happened to Madagascar just last year, where there was an entire coup plot that actually happened on a day, on a daylight, and then 2 Frenchmen was arrested along with the 5, that was trying to do the coup attempt, and the government themselves are like, oh, we're going to give these guys 20 years. And right now, I can't even think of it. Like, if you were being attacked, if somebody plotted to kill you, would you say you're going to give them 20 years, or would you put them on a death penalty? It doesn't make sense. So we're right now, the face is coming off the empire. They're showing their faces, but unfortunately, the media doesn't show what's really going on, right? And to the brother, right, Ras, I know you brought up the character assassinations, and I know you said there are some of the people in Africa, like some of the leaders, they also have skeletons, right? And that's a great point. That's actually a valid point. But also, you have to understand, even if you don't have a skeleton, right, in your closet, right, and you don't have you squeaky clean, let's just say that, they're going to invent new shit to throw it at you, or they're going to take certain words that you say and they try to twist it out. You know what I mean? And be like, oh, this is what he's saying now. When I look at the South African um, I forgot the guy's name, but when he was talking about, hey, we want our land back, right? Because a lot of the the farms and all this stuff. For me, honestly, I'm just thinking like, okay, this is a rational concept. You know what I mean? The apartheid regime already had control of it, and the people wanted the you know what I mean, what was belonged to them, which is common sense. But the way sometimes certain things are portrayed, that character assassinations come in, you know what I mean? So he's starting to look bad, like on certain parts of the population, all because of what the outside force that's using media propaganda, that's using all kind of policy, you know what I mean, within the government, making sure like this guy does not come into office, you know what I mean, or at least like in certain political powerful role. So in order to like kind of quash any type of sentiment where people are actually given basic rights at the end of the day. So Martin Luther King, right? He had what do you call that? As a great leader as he was, right? He had skeletons in his closet, right? The FBI literally recorded him having, being with other women. So they were like, and they actually tried to put him on, they sent him a tape. I don't know if anybody heard that. They put him on a tape saying like, you need to go and kill yourself. That's what the FBI was telling to Martin Luther King, because he was trying to preach, you know what I mean, equality in the civil rights movement. And they were like, hey, we know what you're doing, and they were like, this is, we have this on you and all this stuff. But fortunately, he did not stop. You know what I mean? He didn't like kind of he didn't like fold under pressure. He just kept on going. He was like, you know what, I fucked up on that one. I can't really speak on it, on his thoughts, but he just kept on pushing, right? With Malcolm X, they had nothing on him. They had nothing on him. Malcolm X, there's a video, there's a tape right now that his family put on right now. It's actually on the archives, and somebody actually uploaded on YouTube, where the FBI literally went up to Malcolm X. It's recorded, right? It's about 10 to 12 minutes, and the FBI, uh, the agent is literally, talking to Malcolm X, and he's telling him like, hey, listen, if you don't work for us, basically, right? He's like, oh, we can get rid of the people that you don't like. That they're trying to entice him first, right? Or we'll give you whatever you want and all this stuff. And Malcolm X, may Allah bless him, as a Muslim, wallah, he was so smart, and he actually questioned the intelligence of the FBI agent, right? The higher officer. He was like, what makes you think you can come to me thinking that I'm going to betray my people? And the FBI agent was kind of shocked, and within the tape you can hear it. And the FBI said, like, "Oh, well, I thought we could do this." And he said, "You know what he said? He questioned the intelligence of the FBI, and he said, if you were intelligent enough, you wouldn't, it's like if you had any intelligence, you would not even come to me with that type of thinking that I would betray my people." He was like, the fact that you even thought you can come to me and I would betray my people, he's like, you should question your own intelligence. And that's how the tape ended. And they killed them. Fred Hamilton, Hampton, right? So the Black Panthers were what in America? They were considered terrorists. Right now, the KKK are walking around as they had a history of terrorizing people of, of color here in America, right? But they're not considered terrorists. They're walking around. There's no drone attacks, right? And but again, everything else, everything is upside down in this world, honestly. And the people that can see the truth, they are called crazy. Oh, you're this, they're going to hate you based on, if you're talking facts, if you're talking honesty, people nowadays will hate you on it. But if you're a liar, if you're dishonest, and if you all you care about is just chasing like little things, people will praise you for it. You know what I mean? The liars are becoming leaders, and the truthful ones are being killed and assassinated. And today, that's what's actually happening, what we see within the African leaders, but also what we see here in America. But I don't want to digress, but that was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, I just want to add to some of the points that you guys made, right? About all these character assassination things. Some of it is self inflicted when I think about it, because CNN, Fox, all these channels, right? African leaders know that, or at least we all know that they are setting up operation in order to to spread false rumors, false lies on Africa, and yet they're allowed to go to Africa and set up and do all sorts of shit. Like It's incredible how they allow these foreign media to come into the continent and tell lies about their countries, and they don't kick them out. Because at some point you have to be like, listen, you can't be reporting in here, right? And it just kind of saddens me that African reporters, from what I hear, sometimes have a hard time even getting an interview with an African leader. But yet, if it's like CNN or anything like that, the interviews goes
That's
easy,
actually true. We've seen that,
right?
yeah.
So it's crazy. So like basically what I'm saying is part of the image of these leaders, also the continent is being completely destroyed and allowed to be destroyed because these leaders don't actually see that they're being mocked by these news organizations. For example, CNN I think a month ago tried to embarrass the new president of Kenya about the gay issue. Like why this is the second time they did that. Why is this media company allowed to come and disrespect you and try to accuse you of denying rights to people, which is completely not true, because we all know that what they're doing is trying to wild up the gay community in the Western world, right? Because once they wild them up and they don't have the right information, they'll start to say, oh, those Africans or those black people there are bad, they're this and they're that, So
It's an
even
agenda.
though the Kenyan president did a good job in replying, at the end of the day, those who don't know the truth in the Western world are going to think of Kenya as like this bad country that's abusing gay people, which is not true, because I don't know any gay people in Kenya who are being killed or abused or anything like that, right? But anyway, the point that I wanted to add is
Yeah.
partly some of this character assassination comes from them either not knowing or scared or just stupidity. If you're stupid, then someone will come and disrespect you, right? And that's all I gotta say.
Okay, my brother. Good. My brother. The thing is, you have to look at things from a president's perspective, right? And the reason why they give news media outlets like BBC and CNN more airtime than African media outlets is because that's the bulk of their donation. That's the bulk. That's the bulk of where their aid money comes from. So if they disregard CNN and give the Nigerian news, media time, what's Nigeria going to do for Canada? What's Nigeria going to do for Kenya? The same South Africa that we all praise, the South Africa that has the highest GDP, the South Africa that has the highest standard of living, the South Africa that's performing great on all matrices. If they give South Africa airtime, what's South Africa going to do for Kenya? South Africa isn't as powerful as some South Africans would like to believe. So these leaders give more of their time to to CNN and BBC and France, because that's the bulk of where their aid comes from. That's the bulk of where their aid comes from. And also on the South African comment, South Africa isn't as powerful as people would like it to believe. Look at the African.
Sorry to interrupt you. Is that really true? Because I never knew that. You're telling me that the news companies actually like fund some of these presidential elections in Africa? Because that's really bad. This is my first time hearing it.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that BBC and CNN give what's the word? Give a nation like Kenya. Yes, they give them. They give them a platform for them to advertise, for them to be seen by their by their audience. Okay. If you look at documentaries like France 24, you would always see some sustainable agricultural development that they're trying to implement in some village somewhere in Kenya. That's their way of seeking for aid, right? But you wouldn't necessarily see those kinds of documentaries on South African TV channels, because what's South Africa going to give Kenya, right? South Africa couldn't even. China had to. People don't talk about this. China built the African Union Parliament in Ethiopia. China. They built the African Union Parliament. Nigeria didn't put money in. South Africa didn't put money in. Kenya didn't put. Egypt didn't. It was China. China built the Zimbabwean Parliament. South Africa didn't even at least give Zimbabwe a loan. China built that parliament. So South Africa isn't as powerful as people say it is. So what these people do is that they know that, right? So what they do is that they're always giving CNN and BBC airtime, and I think that's the reason why they do what they do. I wouldn't say that they are disregarding them and it's an attitude towards other African. It's not that deep. It's purely an issue of, where can I use my time more effectively?
Yeah, I mean, so you
Yeah,
have
that makes sense. I never thought about it that way. But thanks for clearing that up. Thanks.
yeah. So for my research that I looked it up when it comes down to the mainstream media here in the West and the way they collaborate with the United States is that the right now the mainstream media, right, CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, ABC, whatever, all these like conglomerate, right, they're basically they're back then when they were first created, they were supposed to be the guard dogs, right? They're supposed to protect, like they're supposed to be like the fifth state, right, or the fourth state, right? And their whole point was like to question government. That was how it was designed to begin with. But then because at that time there was at least over in the 1990s there were about 50 television what do you call companies, right, that existed. But as time has gone on, they kept on buying, it just they kept on emerging, and thanks to Bill Clinton, because I do believe there was a agenda behind it. So now the entire media outlets in
Hey,
America.
sorry guys. I really have to go. I really have to prepare for work. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah,
Enjoy the rest of your day.
great
Nice
point. I
talking to
appreciate
you.
it.
Thanks for
All
calling.
right.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
But no, I was just saying, in the night, even before the 90s, you only had like, you actually had a lot of media outlets. But then what happened, as when Bill Clinton signed, what do you call it was a bill, I can't think of it, but he signed this law where it actually made a lot of these companies, and they, he made them like basically all they start buying each other or they start merging to one another, right? And then now you only have like 6 studios that control the entire media outlet here in America. And these studios are very well connected with the government. They're very close, right? And now the mainstream media has become more of the mouthpiece of government. They're not so much for the they're not like they used to be the guard dogs, you know what I mean? But now they became the lap dogs, right? So now government is pretty much in control of this networks. And I do believe what the brother was saying earlier is that when a lot of the African countries, when they try to dismiss these, let's just say if they want to get rid of CNN and all these other platforms in Africa, what's going to happen next is because America would say like, hey, you're getting rid of our media, right? We want to propagandize you. You know what I mean? We want you to watch our point of view. We want you to think here the way we want you to think, the way we want you to listen. You know what I mean? Like we want to shape your point of view when it comes to local politics or international politics. And that's where CNN and these companies come along for the ride, because they're tied with the foreign aid that the United States gave it to these African countries, right? And that is a problem. And I do believe that if there is any African country that really want to become independent from any foreign outsiders, they first need to have they need to have a satellite of their own, right? Because what China did, what a lot of these countries are doing, every time they want to break free from the shackles of the West, right, or their oppressors, whoever they are, the first thing they try to do is they want to control their own narrative. You don't want other people to control your narrative, because if the other person if you over here talking or on this side, but another person is over here in your own household, but and he has a megaphone, you're basically, you're in disadvantage, right? So what people need to do in Africa at least is control how information is spread within its populations. It shouldn't be social media that's most likely controlled by the Western world. It shouldn't be rideshare companies. You know what I mean? If you look at Uber right now, they're being kicked out in so many countries. You know what I mean? And the reason why is because they're destroying their economies in terms of like taxis and, you know what I mean, their cab rides and things like that. Europe actually got rid of Uber in a lot of places, and in India and other parts of the world, because they find out, you know what, hey, Uber is, it might be convenient, but at the end of the day, on the long run, they're going to try to have more information of our people, and at the same time, the money they're making, they're not putting into the system, right? They're basically not going. The vast majority of the money is going into their pockets, and in the West, right? It's building the headquarters of America. It's not going to be building huge headquarters in Africa or India, in Europe and other parts. So you gotta look at in terms of like tactician aspect of it. So if an African country wants to become, they want to control their own narrative, you have to have your own satellite. You have to build the space shuttle, or at least what Dubai and other countries did was that they were able to build a satellite, right? So they can have, that they control, but then they used a shuttle that was either controlled by China, Russia, or United States, and be like, hey, listen, we'll pay you, just put it up there for us. And they were smart enough to do so. And I think India was able to do that. I think they're building their own shuttle actually, but they did something like that. UAE did it in that form as well. But yeah, so that's how you can control the narrative. And then if a country comes to you, be like, hey, then how are you going to communicate with your people? You're like, get the hell out of here, because you have your own satellite. Now you can tell the people, like, you know what, this is what our narrative is. It's not going to be an outside influence, but this is going to be an internal matter. Now we can show people what the truth is within what's going on in our country. And the last point I want to make, when it comes down to, and I know Radical, I think you brought up this one. I mean, look at the level of confidence that the Western world is going to the African countries and try to even talk about this like LGBTQ nonsense. Why are they even having these type of discussions with a continent that doesn't even believe in this concept? In all honesty, right? So now the United States is so, like, the Western world and European Union is so like emboldened that they can go to these African countries and African leaders and be like, hey, you know what? Why are you not supporting this LGBT, like, the alphabet people? And for me as a Muslim, I'll be honest with you, and United States is not going to a lot of the Muslim countries in Africa because they know what the answer is. You know what I mean? They know that they're wasting their time, just like Malcolm X when they try to, you know, use that type of talking points, because they're not even going to waste their time with us. But the fact that now the Western world is actually going into these African countries, and they're kind of like, they're so comfortable even to say like, hey, why don't you even make this as a human right issue, right? Or why is it like, you're not gonna do this? And sometimes I'm really disappointed because the African leaders, whether in Kenya, Uganda, all the stuff, their answer should be, you'd be like, listen, it should be very simple. It should be like, hey, listen, I don't know where you got this, like how comfortable you became that you can actually ask these questions when our people don't even believe this nonsense. You know what I mean? So if you ask this next time, we were going to cut all ties from you, because what they want to do is they want to indoctrinate the entire people of the African continent, where they want to make it like, they want to normalize that type of behavior, in all honesty. And for me, like, I have a discussion with honest people that I worked with before, and they came up to me when I found out that I was a Muslim. They were like, oh, you believe in this? I'm like, listen, man, this is my belief system. You know what I mean? God says, like, we all came from a male and female. You know what I mean? And we're all tribes and nations, and that's how we are. That's how society functions, and that's how society progresses, right? So if we're talking about, I mean, you look at the terms that they use here in the West. They use human rights when it comes down to like the LGBT agenda. So for me as a Muslim, when it comes down to the LGBT or all this stuff, it has nothing to do with the human rights. Because in order, if you want to talk about human rights, for me, I look at human rights as the continuation of the human species. And the only way you can continue the human species is what? Is through the basic, you know what I mean, concept of male and female. But now the West is so, like, they feel so emboldened that they can come to these African countries now because they're giving them money. Now everybody's wearing the same suits as the white man and all this stuff, right? And now, so now they're all like so confident, and they're like, okay, now let's talk about how we're going to further the agenda so your people can embrace our ideas, not your ideas, but the Western ideas. And I feel like this is a dangerous turning point within the next couple of years. I thought this was going to be within the next couple of decades, but in all honesty, the fact that there's so many countless of news where Cristiano Amanor was going to Uganda president, Kenya president, and comfortably asking these type of questions, and it's just, for me, like, I'm kind of baffled of how comfortable they're becoming with certain taboo discussions within the African continent. And the African presidents or leaders should be aware of and make sure, like, they have to make an adamant, be like, listen, we don't the things you believe, that's your decision. We have our own belief, you have your belief. We don't believe in that nonsense, so don't come up to us. And if you do come up to us, we're going to cut all ties with you. We'll go to Russia, we'll go to China, we'll go with anybody else that's going to help out, you know what I mean, that's going to help rebuild our country. But we're not going to compromise our morals or values. But anyways, it was great talking with you guys, and that's pretty much what I have to say.
Yep.
Yeah, those were some good points.
Yeah, African Millennial, seriously, your show is kind of.
But it also shows that you just gave an example of the amount of disrespect that they have for these African leaders, that they can boldly walk in and say shit like that.
Yeah,
right. It's they're
Yeah.
very bold, and like, I don't even respect you at any level to friggin' interfere with your ideas and values. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, I'm sorry to cut you off, bro, but look at the level of disrespect, man. It's like the United States, the Western world, don't even care about the human rights of the African people, right? They're not going there to be like, oh, what about the people that are going through tough times? Like, how are we going to help them? They're like, no, 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 no. The only thing we're going to care about, the only human rights we're going to try to advocate for in the African continent is by supporting the alphabet letters.
Yeah, that seems to be more important to them than
Yeah.
than people suffering.
Yeah.
And,
Forget
like, they
about
won't
getting
even
our trick food. Let's
won't-
worry about sexual preference. Oh, it's so funny.
I seen, one day I was watching the news, and then they put up a flag in Saudi Arabia, the rainbow flag, and I'm like, wait, when somebody goes to your land and put up a flag, it means they conquered you, right? So
exactly,
they were arguing that it is their right to go and put up a flag, and this is the military bases, and I'm like, that's serious disrespect. Like, do that in your own country, but you can't go to somebody else's country and do that. It doesn't mean they don't. Just because they say you can't put a flag doesn't mean they don't like you or they don't disagree. Just that's their way of doing things. And this planet is full of so many different people, countries with different values, and we just have to understand that we got to respect the way we all do things. We may not agree, and this is how they always throughout history have been finding ways to create conflicts outside their own border, right? The fact that you would leave your border, America, to go to the UAE to go plant a flag, and then when the people get angry, you're like, oh, like, you are just a mean person, you're a bad person. Like, bro, like, they didn't come to your country to do that.
Yeah, I
so
mean, have you noticed?
the West seems to have this idea that it's okay for them to leave their border and go and start conflict, but yet they don't realize they're the source of 99% of the problems that humanity faces. I've never thought, well, China is going to be the source of World War III or India or any other country. It's always going to be because the Western America or some Western country, mostly America, does something, but yet they're going to always promote that World War III is going to come because it's going to come from the Muslims or Chinese or little bit India, but generally it's usually the Arabs rank number one, then the Chinese, then whoever. That's the propaganda they push.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's
Yeah,
all I
right now,
want
have
to
you
say.
noticed though? They're also like, I mean, there's parts of it that's true, but they're using something that's actually going on, like the climate change, right? Right. So something that's actually happening, but they're taking a good cause, but then they'll try to manipulate it in order to basically make everybody become, less reliant on themselves, on their farms, on the things they own, the things they have, right? And now they're trying to go after the cows that you have, you know what I mean, the livestock that you have, and they try to in New Zealand they passed a law where they're trying to they're taxing farmers, like for every cow that that farts basically, right, like the methane gas, you know what I mean, they're charging them
That's
for like,
crazy.
for a huge amount of like taxes on it. So a lot, there's, a lot of times the pollution that's created all throughout the world is coming from the West, right? It's coming from the vast majority of them is in the West. China does have, as well, but a lot of the manufacturing companies in China are owned by America. So at the end of the day, even the pollution that China emits is due on the behalf of the West, right? Because that's where the manufacturing companies move on. So they create the vast majority of the pollution. They destroy the water, the crops, you know what I mean, so many things. But then they want everybody else to chip in. You know what I mean? Oh no, you guys all need to do a carbon like offset.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody needs
You
to
know,
go green. Like what
to
the
add
hell?
to
You,
that,
you need to go green, man. You know.
it's funny you mentioned that because the European Parliament passed a bill because they were saying that to condemn Uganda for building a pipeline.
Oh, I heard
So you
that.
see, yeah, you can catch that on that Tunacheki channel.
Yeah,
Yeah, they did a story on it, but you will find the story in other places as well.
I've
But
read
the
it in
point
a
that
different source, but yeah, yeah, they try to stop it because I'm pretty sure there's resources there. They want to make sure they have first dibs before the people of Uganda have
exactly,
it. Yeah,
exactly. So this is why sometimes I fear a lot for Africa because they're going to go there and pollute it. I like seriously. I think the next phase, if Africa doesn't get its shit right, they're gonna go there, do all sorts of shit, and pollute the land.
bro, they're already
Right
doing
now,
it. Bro.
Dude, they're already doing that.
Yeah, honestly,
it's
they're
gonna
already.
get worse.
I know what you mean. Like it's gonna, of course, yeah, it's gonna get worse, but it's gonna, but they're already doing it. I was surprised. Like I seen a documentary not too long ago about the Exxon Mobil, like the gas companies. I mean, the Shell, right, PP, right, in Nigeria. The oil, they're literally destroying the entire land, right, the Delta
Yeah.
area and all this stuff.
Oh,
So
they've
then,
been doing that a long time.
yeah, and what happened? They killed the actual the only protester, the leader, right? Probably like 20 years ago in the 90s, right, or 30 years ago, they killed them off, right? And guess who killed them off? It was the corporations they hired. The government back then in Nigeria, they're like,
Yeah.
hey, listen, kill this person because he's literally trying to stop us from making a profit, as well as he's trying to make sure, like, to nationalize the oil. So they went after him and they murdered him along with others, you know what I mean, activists or other people that were trying to fight for their land. And what happened afterwards? They try to silence the family. They try to silence the anything, all the informations that would come up, the PP, the British Petroleum and all these other companies. They try to, control the narrative. And finally, when it came down to when they couldn't contain it anymore, they only give the family like a couple of $1 million, when they actually made so much money, like billions of dollars. And what happened to the land in Nigeria right now? Like it's destroyed. Like oil is literally like going into the people's like it's going into the rivers. The fishermen's killing fish, right? They can't do, now you're messing with people's food supply, right? And then next thing you know, what happened? Now there's a piracy situation going on in West Africa, in Delta and other places. And now they're like, oh, I can't believe this is happening. Oh, these people are pirates. It's like, dude, as a Somali, I know how the game works. Like, and I'm pretty
And
sure.
I used to actually believe that until I realized, wait a minute, this is not piracy. You're just trying to like make the Somali people look bad so you can steal their fish.
That's what they were doing. They were coming in, dumping toxic waste, and they were stealing the fishing supply, because Europe, and you know what I mean, in some parts in Asia, they're overfished in their own backyard. So they overfish them, in their own areas. So now the only places that have a lot of rich, tunas and really, a marine life that's really functioning, right, is the coast of Somalia, right, and the Somali Sea. That's what they call it. So now they're coming in and they're passing the 200 nautical miles. You know what I mean? So every country that has that has an ocean, they all have like at least 200 to 300 nautical miles that no ship can enter. Because that belongs to the people, right? So now, for the past couple of decades, they've been going in there. They're trying to take advantage of the turmoil that was going on, and then, when everybody was like, "Hey, do you have, you want to help?" It's like, "Oh, we want to help. We want to do this. We want to stabilize Somalia, all this stuff." They didn't want to do none of that shit. All they care about was basically making sure the divide and conquer, stays longer, so they can, make sure like they can try to have either an access to the marine life in Somalia, and also there's a lot of oil in Somalia as well. So they want to have access to that as well. So they're trying so hard to control the people, but unfortunately they can't control us, because they can call us pirates, they can call us terrorists, they can give us any name they want. We don't care. And anybody that falls for that, in all honesty, at the end of the day, that's what they're gonna come to you. You know what I mean? Because today they're gonna call me a terrorist, they're gonna call me a pirate. Tomorrow, I guarantee you, the ones who are cheering for that shit nonsense, who are Africans themselves, tomorrow you're gonna be on that same hot seat, and then later on you're gonna be like, what happened?
Actually, I think the problem is most of us didn't know. Because I would say I was one of those naive people who always believe, oh, look at those bad Somali pirates, right? Because at the time, before like news, like like news channels on the internet where we get access to more information, all we got was from what CNN and any other thing said, right? So it's
That's
like
true.
we
Yeah.
didn't know, right? But
Yeah.
now, if you ask me, now the idea of even calling somebody a terrorist in your own country doesn't make any sense. Like, no, it doesn't make sense. How can somebody be a terrorist in their own country, right? So
Bro,
this
that's the
whole
problem.
thing,
Yeah.
so like the idea of a Somali terrorist or a terrorist in Nigeria, it's not. Like the question is, first we have to ask, what are they fighting for, right? Um, they're not. I would say Americans are more of a terrorist because like they'll just go shooting people for no absolute reason. That's terrorism. But and somebody in, let's say, Somalia fighting against a foreign power, right? How is that a terrorist? They don't need a good reason to fight against a foreign power. Like if let's say America goes into any country and that country decide, no, I'm going to fight you. How are they a terrorist? That's not terrorism. But the problem is we have been programmed to always join in and calling other people terrorists in their own country, which is kind of stupid. So I know now I
Yeah.
stop calling people terrorists.
You know what's funny, bro? It's like, you're right, man. Because at the end of the day, it's all about the narrative. They have very control over the narrative. The West is really good at right now because they have almost a lockdown of information, right? And I just sent this link right now. There's this article on Times. I don't know if you see it, African Millennium. Before I go, but I was going to show you this one. Is very kind of like, a lot of people are surprised by it, but I'm not surprised. I've seen this a long time ago. But it's Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela was actually on the United States terrorist watch list, and this was in, all the way up to 2008. I don't know if you see that.
How does that make sense?
Yeah.
How does
So,
that make sense?
so we can read it right now. I mean, if African Millennium, if you could post that,
I
please.
saved it so I can read it after. I
Oh, okay,
saved
okay.
it so I
You
can
see
read
that,
it
right?
after.
All right, okay. But yeah,
Yeah.
I was just saying the reason why they put him on the terrorist watch list is because that's when a lot of it wasn't just him, but it was also it was Nelson Mandela, but it was also like the ANC, right? Members, political party. They all put him as a terrorist, right? So and this was from the moment he started fighting against the apartheid regime, right, in South Africa, and now you have this apartheid regime in South Africa, and they are in the process where, you know the what do you call it, Nelson Mandela and a lot of the freedom fighters, at least in South Africa, when they were fighting against them, the apartheid regime were able to secure a political and also military cover from the West, specifically the United States, UK, and Britain, and also Israel. These three governments
Canada
were,
as well.
yeah, but these three governments were heavily supporting the apartheid regime to the point where they make sure to put the people like Nelson Mandela, who was literally fighting just to get, you know what I mean? He was like, "Yo, you guys are in my line. You know, you're doing this." In the United States today, all the way up to 2008, they had him on the on the terrorist watch list. You know, and this tells you like the hypocrisy of, today they'll call you terrorist, the next day they'll call you a freedom fighter. And you know what's so ironic, man, right? So in the 70s and the 80s, when the United States had Nelson Mandela and a lot of the Black Panther movements, right? And when they had him as a terrorist, in the West, and they put them on the terrorist watch list, what who was considered a freedom fighter? The freedom fighter was Osama bin Laden, Al Qaeda, the Taliban. When they were fighting against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan in the 1980s,
That's
the
fucking
United,
crazy.
the United
Because he
States,
was fighting on their side, right? He was
yeah.
fighting on their side, trying to fight. Yeah, see?
So
Yeah.
Osama bin Laden, there's an article by the Guardian back in the day. Seriously, you can look it up. The West was calling Osama bin Laden a freedom fighter, bro. At the same time, Nelson Mandela was on the United States terrorist watch list, and the Taliban was considered, for them, even before them, they were like, they were all a bunch of freedom fighters. Ronald Reagan had he dedicated the space shuttle to the the Mujahideen, or like, the ISIS, not ISIS, but the Al Qaeda, Osama bin Laden and the Taliban leaders. They were the Ronald Reagan dedicated the space shuttle to them in the 1980s. So when they were considered freedom fighters by the West, the Africans, right, the Nelson Mandelas, the Malcolm X types, they were considered terrorists. Now, fast forward a couple of decades later, now Osama bin Laden and the Taliban are considered terrorists, and now Nelson Mandela and what do you call and a lot of the Black Panther movement, at least in the eyes of the world, we see them as the freedom fighters. So this is absolutely hypocrisy, and I really want to make sure that people who really need to, when anytime when the West tells you like, hey, this group, if this group of people is bad, I want you to go and start looking into why that's the case. You know what I mean? Why is that the case? If the America comes to me and be like, you know what? Hey, the Eskimos are the terrorists. I want to question that shit. Why is that the case? You know what I mean? What the hell did the Eskimos in Alaska did to you? You stole their land, all this
Yeah.
stuff. What the
But
hell did Native Americans did to you? They call them savages. They call them terrorists.
yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait,
But you know what's good
do-
though? The-
I do have to
I'm gonna get
go
going to you.
to the closing
Yeah.
statement.
But yeah, the last thing I wanted to say was that the good thing now today is that we all have so much access to information. Anytime they're lying, it doesn't take much to actually find the truth, right? So they can no longer lie and actually get away with it because there's always a counter news source that's like going to tell you the truth. For example, what is happening in Haiti, for most people, for people who don't know, it's just Haiti going crazy. But we know that
Yep.
the United
Another
States is
propaganda.
trying. Yeah, they're pushing this propaganda to try to destabilize Haiti so that they can put in a puppet, right? So that's the good thing I have to say about today. Like their own technology is also exposing them. It's just crazy. But that's the positive part, though,
Yeah.
and that's all I
No,
gotta say.
yeah, no, it was definitely great talking with you guys. But yeah, just to add up on that as well, I really do hope that I completely agree with you in the terms of like now that the technology and information is really wide and pretty much everybody has access to it. Unfortunately, people are if somebody is not really interested in seeking the truth, they're just going to
That's
be
true.
they're just gonna end up going to the same rabbit hole. They're gonna go to Instagram. They're gonna waste their time on what the new stats are. You know what I mean? It's like the more information now we have, it's like people are becoming more dumber for some reason, or maybe
That's
it's
true.
just you know. But I really hope that people are at least question things and go from there. And right now, honestly, the fact that we have more information on Google right now, if you guys type in any type of subject, there's reports that's been made and videos that have been made. Google and a lot of these search engines, they're deleting the history of the internet. So right now, if you type in, let's just say, any type of topic, right? On the front page, it'll tell you like, oh, you have this many millions of views. But guess what? You can, if you keep going all the way to 44 or 45 pages, it's gonna stop. And
Yeah, eh?
I
Wow, I
swear,
didn't know
yeah,
that. I gotta try it.
yeah,
I
try
gotta
it.
try that.
Yeah, but anyways, I sometimes, I have a lot to say. But anyways, you guys, it was really great talking with you. And African Millennial, thanks for having us as always. I think this is might be my last night being here. I really need to get back to doing other things that I was doing. But I really do appreciate it, African Millennial, for giving a lot of people the platform to share their ideas and thoughts. And it was great talking with you, Radical Negro Peas. Is that what you call it? What's your name, man?
Yeah, or you can also call me Solo Her.
All right, so it was nice meeting you, bro. And African
You
Millennial, it
too,
was great
man.
talking with you, man. All right,
Nice seeing you.
all
Or
right, guys.
talking to you,
Damn.
not seeing you. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like
I don't
halfway
know.
done right now. My brain, I gotta shut it off right now. So I gotta get some rest. But great
That's
talking.
hilarious, man.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, you too, man. Anyway, AM was it was a very nice stream, man. Like it was very well organized. Like what happened?
It's
You
like,
went to classes or something? You t-
What? No,
you
my streams are always they're
oh come
70%
on.
organized. No, they really are actually 70% organized. They're not as bad as
Oh,
some
okay.
other people's, actually
Yeah.
manage the panel.
But
Just
you know what I
saying.
realized? What I realized, the people are so much more smarter when they just listen and before they talk or they have a chance to talk. Because these same people, when we get on the Kaizo's channel, like there's a lot of yelling and disagreeing, right?
Right.
So,
Yeah,
so
everyone just has their own method, but the reason why I
yeah,
don't
but
really like it so much is because sometimes I legitimately want to learn something,
right.
not just talk about irrelevant stuff,
Yeah, yeah. No, I think tonight was the best stream I've ever heard. Like it was really, really like professional. People listen, people talk, and the same people you would normally disagree with, you got to hear them talk, and it's like, oh, okay, so we do agree on a lot of points. So anyway, that's all I gotta say. And thanks for a nice stream, man.
Yep, no problem. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah.
And
See you later.
yeah, see you. So Solo Her is in the exact same time zone as me. So sometimes when I'm up super late at 3, 4 a.m., I'm just like, why are you up? No, but whatever. So it's a great stream. Shout outs to everybody who was here. The chat section were having their own conversation. I think they were talking about Islam and how Islam isn't effective or something like that. Yeah, I'll do more research on Islam. I only know about Christianity because I used to be Christian. So I don't know about Christianity, but I think religion is just kind of a waste of time in my personal opinion. I mean, if we're here talking about our countries need to improve, I don't know how going to church every day is gonna solve the problem. That's just me personally. But in any case, there were other conversations about Cameroon, and I think Raz Moise was saying that Judah is not Cameroonian, and technically he still is Cameroonian until Amazonia becomes real or actually separates, they're still all Cameroonians. So, I mean, he's still Cameroonian. I mean, it's not that hard to understand. But in any case, I think that's everything. I think Molly left. So shout outs to Mali and shout outs to the mods. You guys did a great job. I will see you guys next time. Bye.